it. And that's not all. Barry was smart enough to get Stanley to write down the name of the lawyer he recommended him place with me, planning to beat the dead.
Good. Somebody confirmed that.
Farley's willing to testify to the whole conversation, and I think if he does, we can get others to do the same thing.
That's all I've been waiting for. What a break of the actual evidence for cause of action against me.
Well, it's not in our hands yet.
Where is it?
Farley's carrying it around with him.
You mustn't do that. It's his own again.
That's what I think.
Didn't you tell him so?
I didn't get it. I didn't even tell her. This has all been handled so far by Betty McDonald. She got to the office early this morning, and Farley came in and told her all that had happened. He was gone before I got there.
Well, didn't you tell him to leave the letter and to start the paper behind?
Of course. He wouldn't do it. He seemed to think it was safer carrying around in his person. But I'll get it to him. I'm going to try to get out this case tomorrow morning, and I'll tell him it's the only evidence we've got, and it ought to be under lock and key.
Be sure you do.
I will.
This is going to be fun. I know your son, and go and do with it. But show him up in the town where he is the big screen.
You know, Professor, I...
How can you believe anything else?
It doesn't seem possible that a man would go to such extremes to get another man he's never even met.
That's the sort of thing that Stanley would enjoy doing. He's got to do what I've heard of it. You never forget the English, and he considered that you aided him irreparably by busting up his plans for his only son.
Do you suppose it would do any good if I went and consulted him?
No, stay as far away from him as you can. Don't go anywhere near him. Still it is, if it is.
So how do you mean?
I don't see. He hasn't the slightest suspicion that you know what he's up to. You go and talk to him, you step on hands. That would be dangerous for Paul.
Why would he try of my decision and refine it?
Well, you know. I'll go with everybody who talks and find out whether he's right. You can remember that Uncle Charlie was the only man who gave anything in writing which might be used against him. If he would. Of course he would, if he thought anybody was going to attack his reputation in failure. You forget how he's been the big mogul around these parts so long. He's the place with an iron hand. And he's come to think of himself as omnipotent.
Suppose I was just an enemy, talking man to man, to try to overcome his feelings against him.
You flatter yourself, young fellow. If you think you can put yourself across with the last friend. You're not a personal one by this time. You're an obsession.
Now, he's human. If I went to him and talked to him and told him that I was just a young fellow trying to get along and asked him for suggestions, I bet you any amount of money he could get how he felt about it.
Well, you're a fool if you do. You do it against the advice of counsel, and I'm your counsel. Just like his ghost, Ralph Stanley would put on an act for you to be completely disarming. I tell you, Harry, he likes to get you. He'll run you out of town if he can.
Before we leave you now, I'd like to give you some interesting information about the Prudential Insurance Company. In this company, all policyholders are also actually part owners. They share in the savings of the company. As a result, life insurance protection is furnished at a low cost, and the security and strength of the Prudential are enjoyed by millions of families. They think of the Prudential as a symbol of safety, as strong as the Rock of Gibraltar. Be sure to hear When a Girl Marries, brought to you tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, by the Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey. Daylight saving time ends Sunday, September 24th. If your community has been on standard time right along, this program will reach you 1 hour later, starting next Monday. Otherwise, tune in next week as usual. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 11:30 Planetary Food Store time. Mother, you can't buy a better loaf of bread than Jumbo at the economical price of 8 cents a pound loaf, 15 cents per piece. Buy several loaves of Jumbo bread at your neighborhood Planetary Food Store. WJSU Washington.
Once again we bring you the romance of Helen Kent, who sets out to prove for herself what so many women long to prove, that because a woman is 35 or more, romance in life need not be over. That romance can live in life at 35 and after. Many smart French women agree that to have your lips look appealingly natural, yet ravishing and desirable, use Ambience lipstick, A-N-G-E-L-U-S. This remarkable lipstick is the creation of Louis Philippe, distinguished French colorist. In it, she has blended colors to match the human blood. Rich, warm colors, so exquisitely subtle and alluring, and yet natural looking. For they blend with every shade of hair, every type of complexion and eye coloring. Many French women use Ambience on their cheeks and lips too to achieve lovely harmony in their makeup. Even the taste of Ambience lipstick is chic in the French way. Dainty, gold-plated, and embossed with the fleur-de-lis design. You'll find it in all drugs and department stores. And if you want a new makeup thrill, try the gorgeous new Formal Red. Deep, intense, and yet subtle as the scent of the rose. It makes lips look alive, compelling. Although it is vibrant, pulsating, and after dark, it leaves the spell of exotic glamour. Try it. Formal Red, number 404. You'll find it goes beautifully with the colors most fashionable right now. Now, other favorite Ambience shades are Framboy, number 443, and Coronation Red, number 400. So, to gain a captivating Parisian touch to your makeup, use Ambience lipstick. See if it doesn't give the allure, the appeal to your look you've envied and admired in other women. I repeat the name, Ambience lipstick. Again, the romance of Helen Kent. Helen has been working very hard of late, organizing an exclusive Hollywood dress shop in partnership with Dick Wilson. But recently, her plans were completely disrupted when Continental Studios informed her that if she divided her energies on an outside business, they would cancel her contract with them to casting motion pictures. Yesterday, however, Mr. Charles Harper, an executive at Continental, used his influence to have the studio retract its unreasonable dictates of Helen. And Helen, believing that Mr. Harper had a simple kindness, did not know that the whole thing was planned by his spoiled stepdaughter, Doze. Today, we look to look in on the yet unopened shop in Beverly Hills. Helen and Chris are in the office at the back of the store, and at the moment, Chris is just about to mention Doze. Do me a favor, Lily. I'm going to drive downtown and attend some things, and when Doyle Parker comes by here, tell her I'm out, and you haven't got any idea when I'll be back, will you?
Wrong concert.
Yes, please. Deborah, our benefactor, no less. I ran into her today at lunch, and she said she was going to drop in here.
Oh, Chris, I've been meaning to talk to you about Doyle Parker. You remember the time she came by here and asked us for a job designing for the shop?
Yes, but of course she was serious about that. She was more amusing herself.
Oh, yes, she was serious about it, Chris. Very serious. Mr. Harper talked to me about Doris when I was in his office the other day.
What do you mean, Ellen? I can say it.
I think you'll have to make a place for Doris on the shelf of the shop here, Chris.
Oh, I'm not kidding.
What's the matter?
Yes, Helen, there would be a check and Harper fixing things for you at the studio. You mean to tell me you have beautiful Doris on here? But you can
No, Chris, no, he didn't ask me to do a thing.
But then what do you mean you've got to make a place for Doris?
Well, here's the way it went. Mr. Harper was saying that he thought it was ridiculous if the studio would tell me I couldn't be in business and work for them too. And that he was going to try to arrange things for me, and I knew him about being in partnership with you. And he said he knew you. that you were a friend of his daughter's.
Sure.
So he said his daughter, incidentally, was very interested in designing clothes. She's taken a course last winter at a fashion school in New York and done very well. And then I realized that she was the same girl who'd come here and asked us for a job. And I told him about it and told him I knew his daughter.
He brought all that tune about Doze incidentally.
Yes, really. It wasn't pointed at all, Chris. We were just talking. He said that he and his wife were very anxious to see Doris do something constructive and cultivate her talent for design. But he knew it was hard for young girls to break into different careers and so on. And when he dismissed it, it was all very casual. Well, and yesterday, when I went to his office, he told me his big thing so that I could go ahead and stop here with you. He wished me good luck and all that, and so that he was sure that his wife and Doris would be among our customers. The Paris likes the kind of clothes I design, and, he was awfully pleasant.
So you feel that we ought to take Doris on here because we're partners and it's a big favor, buddy?
No, we don't have to, Chris. But I feel it would be a nice thing to do. If it hadn't for Mr. Harper, I'm sure you and I'd be nice. He knows that we know his daughter would like to work here, and if we don't think the place there, he'll think we're awfully unappreciative.
He was expecting it, I knew it.
You got against Doris, Chris?
Nothing against any girl, but yeah, I don't like Ellen. I emphatically don't like it. She's spoiled and selfish, a rotten sport, and well, a few other things.
Well, she inforced me that day I told her being very sweet.
No, she's not, I'm sorry to say. In my opinion, she's a pit.
Have you known her a long time, Chris?
Yes, I used to, she went around with a crowd I used to see a lot of. As a matter of fact, I used to take Doris out a couple of years ago myself. See if she made a Doze. She was spoiled brat. To tell the truth, I was available for quite a while now.
And she sort of wishes off you, is that it?
It sounds conceited if I said yes to that question, but it would be untrue if I said no.
It does complicate things a little. Let's say sometimes Doris will tell them that she's wasting her time on you and she'll give up.
Hope so. Yeah, there's always a fly in the arm, and I've never seen it fail. I thought Doris was sitting coming in there, not seeing so stop that day. I never seen she would have noticed.
He's serious about designing. Her father told me so.
Doris Harper's not serious about anything but Doris Harper. There's no reason on earth why she should work. She lives the life of a social butterfly, and she's got enough money in her own name to buy and sell you and me a half dozen times. I don't want to take her anywhere, Helen. I don't want to have her around.
Well, that's what we do, Chris. Mr. Harper's been somewhere. He told me that it took a great deal of persuading to fix things for me with the other executives at the studio. He went to a great amount of trouble.
I wouldn't be surprised if Doris didn't have a hand in that.
Oh, that's absurd, Chris. Look, don't hold anything against Mr. Harper. He wasn't the least bit pointed about Doris. It's not my idea that we ought to do something in return. But I think we're really deeply obligated. Sorry, we are.
And Doris knows we are, too. I bet you that's exactly why she told me she was going to drop in over here this afternoon and see me. Well, we can't use Doris around here.
Certainly don't need her, but if we could make a place for her, if we had to. Well, for instance, there's always a scarcity of attractive blouses. We could let Doris try her hand to design and come away.
We'd be a lot better financially and otherwise.
Maybe she won't be financially too. She can do some simple things and perhaps even more cleverly. I'm not trying to force her on you, but I just can't face Mr. Harper again at the studio unless you give Doris a try. However, if you say no, Chris, then leave us that. I don't want to overrule you. If we feel that Doris will annoy you and we can't get along with her will, then at all costs we don't stick along.
Think I'll be along with her, that must be, I suppose. You're right, hon. We're stuck with her on account of the old man. Go ahead. Fix it up with her.
I don't think she'll be here long, Chris. Are you sure you don't mind now?
I'm just lazy enough to talk about, well, everything not on the motor, I guess. But you do all the talking to Doris, will you? You employ her. I don't want her to think she's got me to think. I'll stay out of it.
All right, I'll attend to it entirely. I'm sorry we have this problem, Chris. I hate for you to have to put up with better than me.
Okay, no, it's not trouble. Just think that almost everything that somebody does in this world, you have to eventually pay for it. Seems to be a law of nature, something that...
I really feel quite bad about reducing little cookie into it.
Why? I got nothing against George, except that I just know life is fine. She didn't bother me around here. I just let her catch on that I'm just a sitting baby, and I don't care about it. Yeah, where's my hat? I'm gonna beat it. I'll look out the side later. You go ahead and pick it up without me, hon. I'll see you later.
Remember me, Daddy Papa? Yes, of course, Miss Papa. How do you do? Fine, thanks. Is Chris around? Father just went out. Is he helping him for him? Good. He's always so busy. One of these days he's going to wake up and realize he's busied himself right out of all the plumbing now. Oh, this is a lovely dress on this form here. Did you design it? Yes, I did. It's superb. And serious in this dress. Serious in every line and part. And the reason looks right. I think you're wonderful. Thank you. Sit down, Miss Harper, won't you? Thanks. Met her father recently at the studio. Yes, he told me. He came home simply raving to mother and me about your look. Yeah. I'm very grateful to your father for helping me out of a bad predicament about the software. I suppose he's saying, Charles awfully sweet that way. He's always doing things to help people in the studio out of care. And he told me how seriously interested you are in designing. I, of course, remember your coming in here before. Oh, don't feel like you have to bother about me, Mrs. Kent. That's on kind of proud. It's for you, John. That's how it gets. And really, it isn't just that. Your father told me how sensible you are. And I think it might be well to attract you to have a few things that aren't my way. Maybe some blouses or something? No, really, you mustn't go to any trouble about me. I wouldn't want you to feel, you know. And so I wouldn't want you to feel that way either. Now just forget it. Don't misunderstand me. I realize that, of course. But as a matter of fact, I do think that the shop might be able to use some of your work if it's satisfactory. And perhaps you could give it a try if you want to. See what you can do. If I want to? Oh, really? If you'd let me just come out of here. If you really want me, just because you think I could design things that I'd actually sell. Oh, I just don't do it. Well, it all depends on your ability, of course. You can leave the designs you've done, and if I think they show sufficient originality, then, well, we'll see about making a case for your purification.
Parker's plan into which the district stepfather had worked out exactly as he did. Now, it seems that Helen is bringing the first note of attention into the plan. How will Doris and Chris get along? And how will this affect Helen? And listening for Helen Kent tomorrow. If you feel that five is growing dull and humdrum of late, it may be simply because you yourself are looking plain, unexciting, the fault of your makeup, your lipstick. Then try the lipstick that many noted Frenchwomen use to gain the allure for which they're famous. Angelus lipstick, Angelus. The lipstick that has been blended to match the live, vibrant colors of the human blood, colors that strike and amuse your nose and makeup and give an allure beyond words. Many smart Frenchwomen use it on their cheeks and the other shoulders to achieve complexion harmony, and a single application will hold for hours. Get an Angelus lipstick today at any drug or department store at the same price as most lipsticks, and gain the irresistible allure many Frenchwomen have. Helen Kent will be on the air at the same time tomorrow. Helen Kent's announcer, Don Hancock.
To keep household mechanical devices running smoothly, use triple action 3-in-1 oil. Get 3-in-1 at any hardware, grocery, or department store. Also in 10-cent stores and automobile accessory departments. Ask for 3-in-1 oil today. Sunday. The story of an orphan girl named Sunday who was left on the steps of the cabin of two old miners who raised her from childhood in the little mining town of Silver Creek, Colorado. Who, in young womanhood, married England's richest, most handsome lord, Lord Henry Vincent. The story that asks the question, can this girl from a little mining town in the west find happiness as the wife of a wealthy and titled Englishman? Let me tell you about a remedy that thousands of people now use to get quick relief from the pain caused by headache, neuralgia, and rheumatism. People use it because the results are truly astonishing. This remedy is called Anacin, and the reason so many people rely upon it is that it was first suggested to them by their physician or dentist. Perhaps you too at some time have been handed an envelope containing Anacin tablets. If you haven't discovered Anacin through this channel, then by all means discover it for yourself. For your own sake, to get quick relief, Anacin is certainly worth a try. Of course, there's a reason why Anacin is so amazingly effective. It is made up of a combination of different medically proved and tested ingredients, not just one. It is like a doctor's prescription that way. For a prescription nearly always calls for a combination of different ingredients. Try Anacin on this basis. If the first few tablets fail to give the quick relief you want, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. So, be prepared next time you suffer from a headache or neuralgic and rheumatic pain. Get a supply of Anacin at any drugstore today and have it on hand. Spelled A-N-A-C-I-N, it comes in tins of 12 and 30 or bottles of 50 and 100 tablets. Now, our gal Sunday. Much has happened in the last few days at Balmacree Hospital to prophesy difficult days ahead for Sunday with two members of the staff. First, there is Nurse Rhoda Gray, who because of her jealousy and love of Dr. Allen Brooks, has proved particularly objectionable to Sunday. And then there's Alan Brooks himself, whose personal interest in Sunday is becoming a major problem to her. However, these problems have been in some part counteracted. Although Sunday is facing a first long separation from Lord Henry, who is now a captain in the English Army, he's been tempted, not only by his letters, but by a feeling in love. There are times when their love brings them together in an unusual and beautiful manner, keeping both of them from feeling the distance and separation. Sunday is now in the living room at the lodge, sitting with Lord Percy before a second fire.
Fire feels good, business, with that stairs, everything is good.
Yes, you say, Sunday.
You've been down to the village this morning, you used to smile.
Well, of course I'm not tired. Come by me, Sunday.
And I've told you you were on the business. I was going to suggest that you stay here with me for a while. I don't have to go to the hospital until later on.
Your missus is out meeting?
No, you don't. You look comfortable.
You did. And she come to go. You did. You girls are turning down the street this house into a hospital. Is that a man's work? No.
Well, I think this is what he's talking about.
Morning, noon, and night I sympathize with you. But that's all right. Try to get the hospital staff advice and then wonder. They know better than I do how to work at the hospital. What do they think I am, a useless old man, eh?
Of course not, Uncle Percy. You aren't old. You're certainly not useless.
They're not useless. Then they're not in the army. Answer me that.
Yeah, because, well, there's no need for you to be Uncle Percy. And you children the last place.
Nonsense. There's no reason for me to be out there in Scotland and sitting before a fire warming a Doze, or to be in London. Anywhere but there.
But Uncle Percy, you offered Balmacree Castle to the government to be used as a hospital. That was a wonderful thing.
And now you can tell me to stay here and look after it. It's considerable, that's what it is.
Uncle Percy. You're needed at Balmacree, that's why you're asked to stay here. Uncle Percy, you know, I've been thinking of something the last few days.
What?
The attitude of the people everywhere, all over the world. No matter how they're feeling inside, they're taking all their troubles, all their problems, too.
Maybe we don't please on this.
And sorry. That's the way life should be. full of courage and twist and doing the job at home.
Which one they doing? Are you trying to turn me in a roundabout sort of station that I shouldn't be complaining about doing work that a third of a million bookkeepers could do?
Uncle Chelsea, of course I know.
What?
After all, you're working more exacting, you know. There's no sense in pretending that it isn't important because you know it is. So didn't you check the plans of all the rebuilding necessary in the country? Didn't you get a letter from Sir Robert Winslow, chairman of the hospital board, congratulating you on suggestions you made?
Yes, I do. So good, I did.
And this morning when you went to the village, wasn't it that personally supervised orders for food supplies for the hospital?
Yes?
And you say you aren't doing enough. Uncle Chelsea, I must tell you.
Send me your news. Well, you let a man complaining. Oh! You were saying, I forgot. The letter for you. Johnny from the village to say the dog bicycle ride out.
A letter from you.
Yes. It is. You seen the inside coat pocket.
Uncle Chelsea, is it from Henry?
No, it isn't on there. No, there it is. You see your day.
No, it isn't Henry's letter. Uncle Chelsea, it's from Arthur. From Henry's brother, Arthur.
You see going right into you.
I wanted him to write Uncle Chelsea. He came to ship before Henry left England. He was in his uniform, waiting for orders. He promised Henry to turn over a new leaf.
Read it, my dear, read it. This is what you say.
That's true. Dear Sunday, don't be surprised at my writing you. You said I'm working you, and you're the only one of the family at home I can write to. Uncle Chelsea would... Uncle Chelsea would probably growl himself into a minor fit if he even showed my handwriting.
Right, sitting president. Me? Growl myself into a fit? What does he mean?
Though he must be secretly serious, because I know jolly well he cares for every one of us very deeply. Even me, the black sheep with a vintage bun.
You think the right growl to myself and ask him what he means. Discussing me in a letter to you.
No. Something to tell you.
What is it?
Wait, let's see. Something about famous machines. You know, the perfect message. But that means you know it's true, really, because Thomas is Henry's order. Let me see. Oh, the person yesterday at the ocean, he was asking me.
Read it, my dear, read it.
Where did it begin? Oh, here. And so then I went to the company canteen. I was outside the door. I heard voices inside. I did listen to voices.
What he says to me, he says, Thomas McTaggart, I'm glad to see you, man, and how would you like to be more of it? So I looked the captain in the eye, and I says to him, I said, Vincent, hey, young man, second order here? That was the new fellow, Father McTaggart speaking. Father McTaggart? Henry? You said, I don't know how you... Lieutenant Arthur Brimthorpe. Well, I can't believe my eyes, sir.
Thomas, it's good to see you again.
Well, it's the first time in over 3 years.
It's all of that, Thomas. Is it kept it up?
Oh, I thought that he is. In his office at this very minute, working on his report. Well, you'll come with me.
Oh, wait a second, Thomas. Something I want to ask you about. Let's stand on this hall, shall we?
Hi, Lieutenant. Yes, Father. What did you want to say to me?
See here, Thomas. I heard in a roundabout today that your present lieutenant is being transferred. Is there anything about it?
Aye, that's the truth, sir. And I wish in this very instant that you had taken his place. It is a great company, sir, and it's a great captain you've got. Are you thinking of joining?
Yes, I am.
Oh, that's good. Only
That's the fact. I know when you're doing it, you know.
Oh, sorry, sir. I was only thinking of him.
Yes, I know. They're stepping up their food in the course.
Oh, but he will, sir. He will. How can you help it?
Where's the captain's room, Thomas?
Well, I'll take you there.
No, thanks, I'll find it. Down the hall of the
It's the first room in the right, Lieutenant.
I'll find it. Here, Thomas.
There he is, sir.
No room in the drawer. Yep, there goes. I got it. Captain, I need a thing from...
Arthur.
The Henry. Yes, it is. I thought the Spanish master and I wanted to see the captain. I had no idea you were here.
So Henry was the sound. I would say he's something home.
Henry, is it true you're taking the train to Green Camp there?
Yes. Is that why you're here, Arthur?
Yes. I'd like to take you through. There's some friends of mine in this country. I'm now that I know the
But Arthur, what is it the man you're up to?
If you're free, we'll recommend you for a transfer.
Arthur, I don't know.
You should talk please to you. See you do it.
Arthur, I have to be great.
And now, Henry, you can do it. It all depends on you.
Yes, I realize.
Well, it's like a business to get my commission. Now I want a chance to prove myself worthy.
To prove yourself worthy, of course, yes.
Now, see, gentlemen, I need your promise before the rest of you. I promise never to cause you any comfort. You said it could be true.
Yes, I don't know. I am your son. And I'm your brother, Arthur. You see, that's the truth. I want to do what's best for you, even if I don't trust you. But I can show no favors, not a hair's breadth. Without meaning to, there might come a time when you'd expect that Charles gets the favor.
Where do you
Now, that's not good, sir. What do you say? You stick by your own company, you do it, but my human nature is the same thing. You're brothers. A great deal of a misunderstanding between us has been because I'm the elder. So we have that same situation here. The time may come when you would resent taking orders from me, orders that, well, you'd expect willingness from someone else.
It's true, you offered me another chance. And you're not.
Well, what do I say now?
And on earth,
I'll be glad to have you in my company, Arthur. But I want you to know that once you're part of it, officially, I can consider you no longer my brother. There is a job to be done regardless of what it is. I have to choose a man from my men, and you're the one chosen. I expect courage from you. The best you have to give. I expect it from you as much as I do from myself. So with this understood, I recommend your transfer to this company. What will happen to these two brothers fighting side by side? One a captain, the other a subordinate. Will Henry be placed in a difficult position? Will Arthur's passionate greed play any part? And what of Sunday's own situation at Doze Hospital? And most word of Dave's jealousy because of Dr. Alan Brooks' infatuation for Sunday. What dramatic twist will the personal problems surrounding Sunday take next? Be sure to listen tomorrow to the next episode of Our Gal Sunday. Our Gal Sunday is brought to you by the makers of Anderson, that remarkable way to get quick relief from the pains of headache, neuralgia, or neuritis. The reason Anderson acts so fast is because it is like a doctor's prescription, a combination of medically tested active ingredients. Next time you have a headache or neuralgic pain, try Anderson. You'll be amazed at what it does for you. All drugstores have Anderson in tins of 12 and 30 or bottles of 50 and 100 tablets. Anderson is spelled A-N-A-C-I. Our Gal Sunday will be on the air at the same time tomorrow, 12:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Your announcer, James Fleming. Why take two sets of meals, one for babies, one for the family? Get Snap Strain Baby Food. Snap foods are already prepared. Pressure cooked to safeguard vitamins and minerals. Smoothly strained, but never too liquid. Many doctors approve Snap Strain Baby Food. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. It was Grand Goldberg, presented by the makers of High Tech Oxidol. Going, almost gone. Yes, folks, I mean Oxidol's Ginger Jubilee.
Only 2 more days and this great contest is over. Only 2 more days left to jingle your ways into $1,100. So start jingling today. 8 $100 bills given every day this week, Monday through Friday, just for best last lines to a jingle about Oxidol in washing machines. And besides all that, a $1,000 grand prize at the end of the week. $1,000 extra for the week's best daily winner. But today's Thursday, remember. So just today and tomorrow, that's all the time left to get in line for one of those $100 daily prizes and that $1,000 grand prize. So get your pencil right now because here's the jingle. I test Oxidol a delight, said a clever young housewife named Wright. In my washing machine, it gets those so clean. Now you just add a last line that rhymes with right. A line that rhymes something like, they're really a marvelous sight, and send you your name and address and an Oxidol box top or facsimile to the Goldberg, Cincinnati, Ohio. Now that's all it takes to line yourself up to win $1,100 before this great contest closes. Now your entry goes in today's contest if it's received today, and tomorrow if it's postmarked before midnight tomorrow and received in Cincinnati not later than October 3rd. Now originality, suitability, and aptness are what count. Residents of Commonwealth United States, Hawaii, and Canada are eligible. Winners are announced 1 week after each daily contest. Complete printed lists of winners are available upon written request to the Goldberg, Cincinnati, Ohio, after the final contest. The same jingle is used throughout the contest. Now your dealer has it and the rules, and you may send any number of entries. Just so each of the company by an Oxidol box top or facsimile. So don't let anything stop you from sending 1 or more entries with your name and address to the Goldberg, Cincinnati, Ohio, today. Now to be sure and get in line for $1,100 before this great contest closes tomorrow. And wait at today's show for last Thursday's winners. And now, the Goldberg. Well, the Goldbergs are riding home to New York. Very fast, too. The man they hired, and first before the star, is wearing riding. Yesterday, he was trained to a pretty small station. But why? Why? The Goldbergs wanted to know. And then he told them, surprisingly enough, that he was picking up his baby that he intended taking to his mother. And then he heard what he said to the woman who brought the child. It sounded very, very serious. What is Clark up to? Listen.
we'll be sitting on about 15 miles that way if we go through the town. That's all right. I'll look it up. So, George, there's a speed limit on these roads. Just stay stupid. No, I just said... I thought you said you saw one. Why, are you afraid of them? No. Why are you afraid of them? I just don't want to surprise you anything. You just got speed. Afraid of? I got nothing to be afraid of.
Remember, Papa, I'd like to warm a bottle for the baby. Yeah, but I only remember enough how warm it is so it stays warm and we wouldn't have to stop after. Here, please, boys. Stop here.
All right. I'll go on and get your paper. Oh, no. That's all right. Like that. Can you get me 2 cigars, please? Okay.
What is he calling?
Who is this lazy thing? Who is this lazy? How is it doing?
Listen to this. Yes, listen.
Yes?
What? I just wanted to listen and don't get mad and don't howl. I just wanted to listen. This is all sounds good. No?
What?
Here. Talk to the baby stuff.
Yes, yes.
Now, I mean, yes. Even the book. All handmade. The clothes and the clothes.
So what? What is funny here? Please. What's so funny? How do you know that it's so painful? And if they've been a photo for rich people before he could do that. And maybe they gave the clothes to him. But when you say, please, without that, you're not writing a scenario now. Mom, please.
I'm just saying, so why didn't you introduce us to the lady who brought the baby on the train? Well, why didn't you say it was the mother or something?
Molly, please, don't put ideas in my head. Please, and please, don't start feeling that hallucination. Please. Things are going smoothly, let me go.
All right,
Did you get the paper? Yeah. My cigar, please?
I forgot to take out the milk.
We can do that later. I've got to get the telegraph off. I want to get the telegraph. I'll make up all these on the move. Did you see what you're looking for in the newspaper? I was looking for everything. Well, I always saw it.
Here's the code here, Porter.
where?
Over here, on the other side of the street.
That's good.
Will you take it back to our street, isn't it?
You can wait till we get out this concert.
No, if you're going down, then you anyway. If you're going, I would like very much to sit there. You're the kind of first step to taking for your house.
I won't be a minute. I like that. If you can't feel it, I can't tell you. Say it, please. Don't let your imagination slip away. Please. Maybe you'll some tragic habit. Elevate your head. Otherwise, you wouldn't be taking the child to his mother. It's just another marriage on the rock. That's all it is. What do you want the newspaper for?
And what do you want to know if you have a radio? And why doesn't he want to get the bottle for the baby? And he was beginning to got all this young.
So what do you want me to do that? I know what I do. I pay him for 2 days' work and give him the baby and go ahead without it. Nonsense. This is all speculation of your own imagination, Mary. I don't want to hear another syllable of anything you say. Not one iota. You hear? Oh, my, have it your own way.
Here it comes.
won't be no more trouble for you if I just get my mother. That was sometime tonight.
But just 1 minute, please, before you start the car. Just 1 minute. Well, take it over now, please. Just 1 minute. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I have to send the telegram also.
No.
You come, Daddy. All right. My son was just here and he sent the telegram. My son was here and he just sent the telegram. And just 2 minutes he was doing his answering lesson. And I think he gave you the wrong answer. Would you mind showing me the telegram he sent to you?
What's the name?
George Clark.
I'll just go.
Let's see. It was you. Would you mind if I see you to buy that? Would you mind if I see you? Sit down.
Was that the right address?
Right address, but what's the reason for that? What does Molly see? Does this throw any more light on George Clark's mysterious doings? Now remember, just today and tomorrow to get in line for $1,100 in Oxydol's Jingle Jubilee. So just add a last line to Oxydol's Jingle and send with an Oxydol box stop or facsimile and your name and address to the Doze, Cincinnati, Ohio today. Your dealer has the jingle and the roof. And now, last Thursday, $100 winners. Mrs. E.M. Dibble, Pueblo, Colorado. Mrs. J. Henry Reno, Dallas Center, Iowa. Mrs. Ernest H. Bishop, Quincy, Massachusetts. Mrs. R. M. Ritter, Halifax, New York. Mrs. Mabel B. Jones, Lakewood, Ohio. Mrs. William H. Frank, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Mrs. Carol Davis, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Mrs. T. Broadbridge, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Congratulations, winners. Now, be sure to listen to the next episode tomorrow. The Goldbergs find out what they think is the truth. Until then, this is Art Millett speaking for the makers of High Tech Oxydol. Now here's an important time change announcement. If you live in a community which has not been observing daylight saving time, beginning next Monday, September 25th, the Goldbergs will come to you 1 hour later than it now comes to. If your community has been observing daylight saving time, there will be no change of course. This program will come to you at the same time as always.
It's important to have a wing-wing source with attractive-looking compression, and its wise means camel. With gentle, thorough-friendly tape protects bring out the natural beauty of your compression. Try camel. It's safe, effective aid to compression leveling.
You wonder what to do about a certain problem with somebody says. I'm up to down, left to left. From tomorrow's come, that's what I wish I had done today. That will help you believe that life can be beautiful. Life can be beautiful. An inspiring message of faith drawn from life, written for the Easter Show by Carl Bixby and Don Beckett. Brought to you by Ivy Place. I'll tell you about a pair of stockings that belong to Miss Helen Lupton. Now, these stockings are treated very hard by Doze. Miss Lupton's a nurse, you see, so her stockings have to walk an awful lot, and still, fresh feet. But to make up for the way the stockings are treated in the daytime, Miss Lupton takes good care of the stockings every night. Just every single night, she wash these stockings out with a gentle suds of pure ivory flake. You see, Miss Lupton wanted her stockings to wear a long time. So after she worn them for 143 miles, they were still in good condition. That was their way of saying thank you for the wonderful care of that every night. See, Miss Lupton heard about Ivy Place and just taught her stocking endurance test the Berkshire Knitting Mills page. Berkshire Knitting Mills, you know, make their beautiful Berkshire silk stockings. But they made this important rule during the stocking test. They made each girl promise to wash their stockings every night in Ivy Place. Berkshire believes that nightly washing with this pure flake soap helps keep the silk thread strong, helps you get long wear. Well, Miss Lupton found that rule, and listen what happened. She got 142 miles of wear from one pair of stockings. Very Miss Lupton was delighted because she proved to herself that you can really get a lot of wear even from pure stockings with the proper care. So you can take my word for it. Washing stockings every night with Ivy Place is going to be a regular part of my life from now on. It only takes a minute or two, and it's a real favor. So look, why not do as Miss Helen Lupton did? Use Ivy Place for your stockings every night too. Get the 50 life-size box and begin tonight. They can come today. There's good hope for progress and start by now. This nightly care with pure Ivy Place will help you get extra miles of wear from every pair. Now again, life can be beautiful. Casey and Stephen Hamilton are low in spirits today. They tried to get work with a steady effort because Stephen is still in the field there and Casey isn't well equipped for the job. Until his accident, Stephen had a splendid chance to resume his law career in the office of Myron Henderson. After that, he wasn't wanted. Oddly enough, Stephen's accident brought him an offer from lawyer George Moore. But Stephen refused it because he believes the man is a shyster who wants to gain sympathy from juries with a triple with it. Seems as though Stephen is right because Moore also tried to persuade Casey to cash in on a recent publicity by accepting a theatrical engagement. Well, it's hard when you have to refuse work for the sake of principle, especially when any other job is so hard to get. Now, the next day, morning in the slightly red bookshop. Crisp, cool morning, warmed by a bright sunlight. And the day for sadness and disillusionment. But Casey doesn't appear to be very happy as she sits curled up on top of David's big leather chair. Old David Solomon walks back toward her slowly, sadly, wiping his head.
Very time for your people to be happy young. Nice morning, like this. Around it. So, this is the Tuesday over the best local stuff in the day, guys. Now, look, how you run in Papa to the big stress, just by biting the guys. You know, things having an essential like that, these bodies, these, and a third someone to your people crying. And I can't, you couldn't run with that in a little boy like that one.
That's okay. Yes, Stephen.
This is the best thing. I'm reading something or writing something like that.
Jackie, It was awful the way she tried to find somebody that wanted this and nobody did. I don't feel so much for myself. I mean, I'm okay, but she was still in a wheelchair. It must be awful to be like that and get the idea that nobody wants you. Oh, what's this?
There's nothing worse than it.
You keep on calling Dad.
Yes, there's a like that bulldog he was with the telephone and he speaks and he wouldn't let it go. Even with his heart breaking up after every time he called the lawyer's office. And that was the thing and said, no. He still
You
kept
know,
up.
you just chill after a while when you thought it wasn't in you.
Yes. You know, once when we were alone in the bookshop, he said, you can't believe this. I was maybe had a little sneaking notion that Susan was like to set a twister on account she wouldn't break that. But when you came, now it's different. You see, you said call up the lawyer's office, that Susan gave out with the promise that he would. So he did.
And nothing happened. Yes, I bet it would have been better if I kept my mouth shut. But right if I got to go around buttoning other people's lives, telling them what to do, and making them feel worse than they did before.
Sister lady, the future is like a thick veil between us and the tomorrows that are yet to come. What's coming we don't know. Only that we can see and touch and put our hands on. And one of the things is what we give out the saying to see. Don't sit down and hold the hands and wait for life to get beautiful. You got to do something. Maybe that's fast, maybe it's tough, maybe bouncing back with good results, sometimes bad, huh? But anyhow, you're doing something. That's it.
That's what I thought, but I was so sure.
She's been biting on the hook of the line and in the water. So maybe that was a test.
Oh, you go, Papa David. I still got tears all over me.
Okay, lady, no doubt. Oh, good morning, dear.
Good morning. You're in Solomon now.
Yeah, just 5 years in.
I've heard you talk so much about you, and I met you went to the hospital right after shooting him. I recognize you.
Thank you for talking about me.
Oh, you don't know who I am, do you?
Well, maybe I should know if I had my car away looking at you.
I'm Kate Henderson. I just dropped in to see Stevie Hamilton. He's good, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
I was really thinking of I'm not going to say anything to him. I'm sorry. I have no idea. I need to be fine.
Wait, please excuse me with the surprising position. The trouble you could knock me over.
You tell her you were speaking with me?
Come on, please, come here.
Okay, Papa David. Oh, listen. Oh, God, Papa David, it's so lovely.
Yeah.
How are you, sir? I'm fine, and just that's why I glad to see you. So I haven't got any manners at all, have I? Come on back and sit down.
Sit down, you sit and talk to Stephen. I'm going back and tell Stephen about that company he's got called and then he's the baby here and giving us his airphone.
Thank you, Stephen. Sure. This is the right thing that Papa David. Hey, that was what Papa David said about taking you out to Stephen. Well, that's a little longer. I wanted to see you too, but I left my business. You fast? No, I don't know. What kind of business? What's it about? I haven't got any right to ask you about how you said you could try to remember about my manners. You would have to worry about manners, didn't you? Oh, sure. Let's just sit down here. Just get down to Papa David there. Tell him how to get out of it. Well, people, my arms are playing. It's to be fun. What do you mean, mad? Mad is the best thing. I mean, we know that. But he's been calling around the underlaw. Sorry. Dad got Stevie is still on Easter. Oh, you mean the sister said he can't sit for a while just in case he got hurt. Several of his friends told him Stevie's been calling around and asking for a job and, well, he's going to give him to my dad with Stevie. I guess so. What he means is he really sad because well, that's awful having your father mad at you, and it's awful. Well, maybe it is. Well, that's funny. Sometimes you really do just think about that.
You must be a little lost.
By the way, did you see him get the first one from you? The letter? Yes, he did. He said he wasn't going to take time. He said he wrote it and he sent money for it out. The top of Doze said he thinks we can take present effort to make people do the same thing. What Stephen wanted and what he still wants is the chance to do something. That's the case of something he hasn't done. You see what I mean? Yes. I understand. You do. So you know all about ethics and things. I think you have ready to tell me. What's the thing you do? Oh, then you know what I'm up against. Can't take you anything. It's good. I've had it all my life. It's good. It's good. So I like you. Well, it took you long enough to get around to it. Well, I didn't get to know you very well out in the boat. Yeah, that's bad. What do you suppose I've got in this cup? I don't know. I forgot what it is. Take it to lessons, you see. It's all about a cage between God's arms. The things that a man may visit to, and you just expose them. Yes, you mean something to teach you. You're going a law case? That's right. You can do found on the whole thing here. You say, Miss Butler, I don't know what it's all about, but it's nicely, a big thing. And the last thing that comes in the middle of you when you keep Stephen Hansen, and this, and David is the village room, has anywhere in that called about him. It's a case, and your father wants Stephen to work on it and make up a thing about it. Will he do it? I mean, will he accept the check Dad wants to send him if he has the work to do? Really? Oh, God, I'll say he will. That's what he wants, work, not this money. He wants to be a lawyer, not a son. He's trying up a lawyer is all right, because if he hadn't done that, your dad wouldn't have got mad. If he hadn't have got mad, he wouldn't have sent you down here with a case for Stephen to work on. How you doing? I mean, you never know whether something you do is going to turn out bad or good. I'm doing something that you can't. He's trying to get any kind of a job, and now look, he's got one of his own. His own job, thank you, Jen, because he's trying to get one somewhere else. You ain't right here, please. Now, don't you go anywhere, don't you move. I'll be right back. Steve! Stephen! Hey, Steve, get out of your truck! Stephen!
Well, Uncle David couldn't call that one. What difference does it make if you're trying to feed and the factor is somewhere else? Or, you want to look at it this way, an arrow shot into the air comes home to you. Now when you listen to that, you would feel just feeling the speaking and possibility and all that over. So like old friends, don't you like old friends that you look forward to visiting with every day? Now, I never heard of anybody looking forward to this one. Just to tell you, I know a lot of it. You're friendly to the state that helps your hands at night and gives you speedy start at the same time. Yes, no, I mean good old Irish place. Of course, you know that Irish place is a place to pure Irish place. The soap that's safe even for a baby. So that means Irish place is the only place soap that gives your hands the protection of that famous Irish pure. The purity that helps your hands stay soft and smooth in spite of itself. That's more you get out of your purity in the speedy 60,000 place blend just a little spot. Buy one generous life-size box of Irish place to do all your dishes for about 3 weeks. Tomorrow, the scene will continue. And Stephen will come out into the store and learn the good news. At least we think it's good news, still there's nothing wrong with it. But what will Stephen think? And more important, what will Stephen do? If he's still worrying about ethics, be sure and listen tomorrow and learn with Stephen whether or not life can be good. This is Ralph Edwards wishing you a pleasant day for the makers of Ivory Plate, 99 and 44, 100% pure. Now, if your community has not been observing daylight saving time, life can be beautiful will come to you 1 hour later than usual, beginning Monday, September 25th. Of course, if your community has been observing daylight saving time, this program will continue to come to you at the same time as always. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Special announcement.
After next Friday, Nice Can Be Beautiful will not be heard on this station until Monday, October 2nd. Beginning October 2nd, the new time will be 6:30 p.m. every Monday through Friday. Alberta the first time, WJSC Washington.
Dr. Brett calls surgery. Dr. Brett calls surgery. Dr. Brett calls surgery.
Road of Life, the dynamic story of Dr. June Brake. Brought to you by the makers of New Pitfall, the fastest substance soap for easy wash days.
Dr. Brett calls surgery. Dr. Brett calls surgery. Dr. Brett calls surgery. Dr. Brett
Let me tell you about something that's sensationally new. A wash-day soap that in a recent dramatic speed test beat 8 of the most popular wash-day soaps in America and beat them to a frazzle.
What's it doing?
Here's its name, Pitfall. It's the new fastest substance Pitfall. It comes in the same familiar package, but what a difference in the soap.
Oh, I know Pitfall. This is pure soap. I use it all the time.
Sorry, but you probably never used this Pitfall. This new Pitfall has just been announced after tests that prove things that hundreds of women could hardly believe. Because new Pitfall has almost incredible speed. Listen, in one series of tests, we put new Pitfall up against 8 of America's most popular wash-day soaps. Hear that? 8 of America's leading wash-day soaps. Right then and there. New faster substance Pitfall proves that it dissolves up to 66% faster, that it actually makes suds up to 44% faster. In another test, Pitfall proves that it had terrific quick-getting power. In still another test, Pitfall proved that because it wasn't loaded with harsh chemicals or alkalis, that it was safe for colored washable. Try the wash-day sensation of 1939. The new faster substance Pitfall. Find out for yourself that no other wash-day soap beats new Pitfall in safety and power and gives it split-second speed. Now your dealer now has the new faster substance Pitfall, so you can get new Pitfall in the same familiar package today. Of life. Today marks the opening of the sensational trial of the people of the state of Illinois versus John McEwen, an 11-year-old boy against whom the grand jury returned an indictment for murder as the first count, manslaughter as the second. A momentous day for the impressionable youngster upon whom it will leave an indelible impression for the rest of the journey along the road of life. The courtroom is filled to capacity with thrill-seeking public. Every onlooker eager for a glimpse of the boy who made them discussing and reading about for over a week. The boy whom the newspapers had branded as a criminal. The jury has been selected. 12 men and women who are to hand down a decision after hearing the state's attorney tear the defendant's reputation to shreds. After hearing the human appeal of Mr. Gregory's counsel, a plea for a union thing. And now at the end of the courtroom, the two quits, bewildered, pathetic, sitting with Mr. Gregory. Judge Gray is about to address the court. So if you listen to him, you hear.
Where we do, Mr. First? And you rise and raise your right hand. You and each of you do solemnly swear by the ever-living God that you will well and truly try the issues joined herein, and a true verdict render according to the law and evidence.
All right, this is Pennsylvania. Thank you, Your Honor. Police report.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. At this time, I would like to offer you my congratulations for having been selected to hear this, which may prove to be a very interesting and unusual case. After having been questioned by myself and the counsel for the defense, we feel that you men and women are of the type who are qualified to hear and judge this cause, which is now going to trial before you. Yours is an important duty, result. A young boy is on trial before you, and you are to determine fairly and impartially from the evidence which is given to the witness stand the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Now, in your jury box, you're not expected to leave all your life's experiences outside the court. You're expected to use your same good sense and judgment that you use in all those experiences. Listen carefully to all the evidence, and based on those experiences and the knowledge that you obtain from them during your lifetime, you will be able to decide whether or not this boy is guilty of the crime with which he has been charged. At this time, I feel it is my duty to warn you. It's merely because this boy is but 11 years of age. You are not to consider that fact, or let it govern your decision. After you have heard all the evidence, the court will instruct you that any infant over 10 years of age may be found guilty of any crime or misdemeanor if the evidence so warrants. I should also at this time like to warn you that the fact that a child is on trial should not affect or arouse your sympathy. Should the evidence indicate that he is guilty, the defense may and probably will, no doubt, at first display upon your sympathy and to will your plea. Those who object to this supposed trying to influence the jury with whatever the case, the defense might be at this time. The objection is sustained. This is case opinion. Finally, you can find yourself to outlining the case to the jury and remain within the province of an organization. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I make no offense. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the question to be raised is one that must be decided upon consideration of strict right only. If a crime recognized as such by our statute has been committed, if that crime be fixed upon the prisoner at the bar, then it is immaterial what is answered, and what ulterior considerations might constitute use. That this cup might pass from his lips. Your sworn duty, your obligation as citizens, concerned in the preservation of the social order as friends of the law, and interested in its preservation, all speak with one voice. And that voice is awfully distinct. Hear your duty, and let the consequences fall upon those who have recklessly, brutally, and criminally violated the most fundamental laws of society. Who has steeped his hands in the blood of his fellow beings, and who denies doing so, is a wicked homicide. Your Honor, don't know why the state's attorney insists on making his speech at this time. Believes that he should be warned to confine himself to the opening statement, which Your Honor permitted him to make at this time. This is state's attorney. Proceed with your outline. Very well, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the prosecution of John Kira, the defendant, for the crime of murder and the crime of manslaughter. This accusation against the prisoner we expect to sustain by the following evidence. That on the 24th day of August last, John McGraw armed himself with a loaded pistol and with the intent to kill, he fired that pistol at one Margaret Allen, striking her in the right upper chest, and that as a result of that gunshot wound, Margaret Allen died. We intend to show that earlier in the day, this defendant had an argument with Margaret Allen. We intend to show that he talked around that entire day, but as day drew to an end, the passion to take the life of Margaret Allen grew within the mind and breast of this defendant. Yet on the day aforementioned, he turned upon the deceased and inflicted wounds from which Miss Allen died on the fourth floor. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the simplest possible statement of the case. I have avoided the mention of circumstances which will necessarily appear in evidence. If we should prove these facts by the testimony we shall bring forward, we will have made out our case. And your duty is to award that crime with penalties prescribed by law. Order! Order in the court!
Surgery calling Dr. Brent. Surgery calling Dr. Brent. Surgery calling Dr. Brent.
And so we leave the courtroom of Judge Gray as the state's attorney finishes his opening statement, which has been of little or no significance to the young boy who took all the little darling at him, then of his three friends in the front row, Jim, Grandpa, and Dr. Thompson. Seeing his expressions give way to reassuring looks as they feel just his eyes turn their direction. What will Mr. Gregory have to say when he addresses the court and jury? Be sure to listen tomorrow. Here's some startling news. News about the new faster subject jigsaw introduced for the first time this week and now at your dealers. News of economy. Ounce for ounce, you need 26% less of the new faster subject jigsaw in your tub, washer, or deep pan than the average of 8 of America's most popular wash-day soaps. News of speed and power. When we compare the new faster subject jigsaw against 8 of America's most popular wash-day soaps, it proves that it dissolves up to 66% faster, and this tub up to 44% faster. With the new faster subject jigsaw, your whitewash will be brilliantly white, and you'll still feel fresh and ready for a day's fun. For new faster subject jigsaw combines dirt-getting power, real power with all its speed. And here's the biggest news of all. If you don't agree that new faster subject jigsaw gives you everything you promised, return the unused portion of your deal until you'll fund your money. Get an economical package of the new faster subject jigsaw in the same familiar package today. Gregory say when he addresses the jury? Is there any way that the attorney can possibly prove to the court that a third person was present at the time of fatal shooting with Margaret Allen? Be sure to tune in again at the same time tomorrow. Listen to Road of Life. Attention please for an important announcement of change in time for Road of Life. If your community has not been observing daylight saving time, Road of Life will come to you 1 hour later, beginning next Monday, September 25th. However, if your community has been observing daylight saving time, Road of Life will come to you at the same time as today. This is Stuart Smith, speaking to the listeners of Jigsaw, and wishing you good afternoon.
unwarranted silk stockings, don't you? Well, the makers of famous whole tooth stockings say, wash every night in ivy flakes. Try this for extra wear from every pair. Wash your stockings every night in small ivy flakes. Have a friend with each day and touch the gem and pull down. He holds both high and not as quiet. He loves you. This day is ours.
Cisco presents a thrilling love story entitled This Day Is Ours. Say, here's a tip for all you ladies who expect to enter cake-making contests this fall. Now listen carefully, because I'm going to tell you how to walk off with practically every blue ribbon in place. And here's how. You just get Sure Mixed Crisco and use it with your regular cake recipe. Why, your cake will be so much higher and lighter and tenderer than any cake you ever made before with any other shortening you can buy. The judge would probably suspect you of trickery. But ladies, it won't be trickery. It'll be the result of the greatest shortening discovery in 29 years. Yes, Sure Mixed Crisco is now vitally different from any other household shortening you know of. Why, it'll even act differently in your mixing bowl. All your ingredients will mix more thoroughly, more completely, and you'll have an entirely new tight cake batter that'll give you cakes that are lighter and tenderer than any cake you ever made before. And oh boy, what a grand eating cake it'll be. Why, before Dr. Gamble introduced Sure Mixed Crisco, hundreds of cakes were made in the Crisco kitchen. Each cake was measured. The Sure Mixed Crisco cake bakes up higher, as much as 15% higher, depending on the type of cake. And maybe that's the kind of cake you can get with Sure Mixed Crisco. Higher, lighter, tenderer cake. Far better eating cake than you've ever made with any other household shortening we know of. Now, when you go to get Sure Mixed Crisco, just ask for Crisco, because this new vitally improved shortening has been packed in the same familiar Crisco can with the same familiar Crisco label. There's been no change on the outside, but what a change there is in the Sure Mixed Crisco inside. So, why don't you plan right now to enjoy the thrilling, wonderful cake-making advantages Sure Mixed Crisco now brings you. Yes, and choose the Sure Mixed Crisco today. And now, this day is ours. Late last night, at Mrs. Simpson's boarding house, her lovely face lit by a shaft of moonlight, Eleanor was tense and glowing, her eyes were heavy and weary and lack of sleep. And when her said good night, she said,
Yes. How did you do it? If I thought I had to do it with you and Philip was what you wanted to make it, I'd rather be good real. Let me take it. Let me take it because I'm afraid.
But early the following evening, Kurt has been out looking for work all day, while Eleanor's been sewing and mending her meager wardrobe in preparation for her coming marriage. Now, alone in the front parlor after dinner, they sit in silence, both wrapped in deep thought. Eleanor looked at the shaggy-headed man who'd promised to marry and said,
Well, after I told you that last night evening, I shouldn't have gone out of pieces and said what I did.
Nothing wrong with that, Dusty. I'm glad you told me how you feel again. But I'm the guy who will marry. I'm the guy who will marry.
Okay, I'm afraid I'm not stupid.
Well, that's okay with me. I don't like hard-boiled women.
But I shouldn't have let Mrs. Simpson get me that way. Well, come on, it's Kurt. She's not wrong. You know exactly how I felt about marrying you without a job and a hope for the future. She looked right to me like a crystal doll. When she sat before me, just before she married you. That's what something I could.
Okay. What are you worrying about me? You got me, and I got you. Huh?
If you don't have anything else, you know that. You've got your
Yeah. You know, I'm much of a philosopher, Leslie. There's nothing I do. And our life has to begin just like this. Late. I'm leaving. You see? Maybe all right. I don't know my Bible very well, but I can't remember seeing anything about Eve getting into probably married life. Even having money for his clothes. Maybe I'm not a good guy like him.
No, you're not a man.
You won't ever do right, you know. You're not that good.
I don't think you're wrong with this information. I thought so at first, I don't know. Well, I was just seeing. This love that more and happily we don't think about it. They do this in the world.
Now, look, I won't let him go into you. That's common.
Hey, you don't think that it might be very long for this job?
You don't want to wait a year to get married, you know?
No. I don't think so. I don't know.
No, she isn't, you know. I think she's not coming off that liquor tournament we had last night. She tied to the guy through his class. She set the whole liquor away.
I hope the body is it. We're hearing that in the structure. You can see what you do. I've been out all day listening to the song. And I can hear she was all dressed up for the trip. I know what she got the money for a new dress that she's gotten. She's going out drunk.
You've got let her go. Oh, it's a trip now.
Yeah, I did. Going just to see.
I told him that I'd like to talk to you just step out to me.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. You know the way. You see, I was another man.
I didn't know what it would mean if she goes out tonight. This is the first time she's done it, and once she does, I'll leave.
You're going to see me?
I know I will. This is staying in that cold. Looking at having food cold. Not going out because I can't sleep. It's cold. I love you. I don't know. There's no feeling between the coffee. You can hear. How about you now and seeing what you can do? Well, she was all right for a couple of days after I instructed her. Yeah, I don't want to get you mixed up in my story. I'm not using my rope, I think.
I don't like to get too much of this kind of stuff. After all, we wouldn't know ourselves.
I know. Maybe she's got another year. Well, she might listen to you. Let's see. I want to go and talk to her before it's too late, really. What do you think?
Duchess, you think we need a wrap?
Oh, let's take that dinner.
You and I are going over to Jimmy's house.
Well, hello, kid.
Oh?
Hello, you can with it. What you do, Jimmy, round up at the convention. Starting to bring the police force while you're at it.
Listen, Mother, Ellen said he wanted to come over and talk to you.
You aren't man enough to keep you here by yourself. You have to round up the whole neighborhood to help you.
Now, wait a minute, Mother.
Listen, Jimmy, what have you got to offer me in the way of entertainment? A 6-month old 5-cent magazine and a glass of imitation root beer. You haven't even got a radio, and you want me to stay home, but I got a chance to go out for once in my married life and have a good time and not be ashamed to worry over my skin shows you in no dirty dress. You got man enough to go over and drive the country out and make them think you're the pure Jewish husband whose wife is cool and heartless and no account. Well, Jimmy, you may be right. As far as I'm concerned, we're all wiped up. That's a lovely gift, isn't it? Yes, I think it is too. I hope you had a good time. How are you doing? Wow. With Sammy Foster, she's learning that too.
Sammy Foster?
Yes, Sammy Foster. She's asked me to go out there for you, and I don't see anything wrong with that.
Where'd you get that from?
Did he buy it for you? Yes. He came to the house this afternoon. I didn't want to take it at first, but when I tried it on, I couldn't send it back. It was too lovely. And I've been wanting to do something like this for too long. It's time to turn down the test now.
He's a crooked lawyer in town. He's got a rotten reputation. So you think so? Oh, what did Grandma say? The people in town. Everybody knows it.
For a whole year, I worried about my travel. What you would think, what the grocery man would think, the neighbors, the whole town. But now I'm through worrying about what people think. From now on, I'm going to worry about murder and nobody else. If you're coming, I'll go out dancing tonight. Sammy Foster the doctor. He isn't in love with me. I don't get 2 weeks in attendance for him. But he's funny. He's alive. And he's got money enough to take me to places I haven't seen for over a year. He's got money enough to show me a good side for once in my life.
No, it doesn't make sense. How can you have a good time with a man who don't care anything about it but sort of costs you the respect of the man you love? Your husband.
Listen, when you're married to Chris for a whole year, and you'll find out it's not different the things the woman loves and wants, the little things that make the woman's life worth living. You always have a different thing. You're a daughter of super clubs and lovebirds right now, and you think I'm a selfish woman who ought to be tied to a place in life like they did in the Middle Ages. Or maybe you're right, Ellen. Or to wait until you're married to Chris for a year. Let him be poor without a job or even a hope of one. And you'll probably do just what I'm going to do.
Poor motor thinking, bewildered, misusing, unable to find happiness in man to man. But her pathetic story influenced Ellen and Chris, even though they're now determined to marry. So, the next time you stop at the grocery, you probably hear more women than ever asking for a Crisco. And you know why? Well, Crisco isn't just Crisco anymore. So, no, man. It's new Pure Mix Crisco now. And it brings you 3 new wonderful taste-making advantages. Yes, as our baking tests show, new Pure Mix Crisco will give you higher taste, lighter taste, and tenderer taste than you ever made before with any other household sorting you know of. And what brand even takes care of you too? Now, maybe you don't think that assortment can make so much difference in taste. Well, there's one good way for you to find out. Just use new Pure Mix Crisco yourself. Now, Pure Mix Crisco is packed in the same familiar Crisco can with the same familiar label. So just ask for Crisco. But if you use this slightly different assortment, you'll know why it's new Pure Mix Crisco now. And here's the news, ladies. Listen to me. Do you want $5,000 cash to drop into your bank account? Yes, I said $5,000. And I mean $5,000. That's the grand prize in Cisco's exciting new all-cash closing contest. And listen, there's 100 other prizes, each $50 cash. For complete information, set your dial to this program next Monday, September 25th. Don't forget. Tomorrow, Fred Curtis has portrait noticing a dramatic scene with this straightforward young man. A moving scene with this young woman who has left his shade of joy and lifting her head high, saying with sincerity, "This day is ours." Oh, let me remind you again, folks, before I forget it. If your community has not been observing daylight saving time, this day is ours will come to 1 hour later than usual, beginning Monday, September 25th. That's next Monday. Of course, if your community has been observing daylight saving time, this program will continue to come to you at the same time as always. is Melvin Allen wishing you a good day for the makers of Cisco. This is a Columbia Broadcasting System. 1 o'clock is the right time. Legato Radio Drive, quote, testifying outboard motorboat races Friday, 11:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. off Hayes Point, unquote. WJFD, Washington.
The house wing detected. Barricades have been placed in the corridors leading to the house side of the building and at the entrances and exits to the house wing. Guards have orders to permit no one to pass unless he has special credentials. Special passes will be required even of all news and radio reporters and employees of the house. The Metropolitan Police Department will send 175 men to the Capitol at noon to augment the 150 members of the Special Capitol Police. In addition, the usual elaborate Secret Service detail that accompanies the President will be present. Trouble is reported to have broken out in Romania. A Bucharest radio announcement picked up in Hungary says Romanian Premier Călinescu has been assassinated. Telephone connections between Budapest and Bucharest have been cut. There is no further direct information, but here in Washington, the Romanian legation has an unconfirmed report that 2 or more of the Premier's assistants also were killed. The legation understands, but this is also unofficial, that the assassins were members of the outlawed fascist Iron Guard. This is a group with German sympathies. Meanwhile, the Western Front is quiet, but there's furious activity behind the lines. Britain, France, and Germany are moving up men and materials for a long and grueling siege. France announces that her general mobilization is complete. 6 million well-drilled men are now under arms, either at concentration points or at battle stations. This vast army is being steadily increased by British arrivals. British artillery already is at the front. British and French warplanes dot the landscape with every level pasture and airdrome. In the no-man's land between advance lines, cautious feeler operations are underway. The French report local activity, plus artillery action on both sides. And on the other side of the Rhine, a westward migration of German troops, tanks, and warplanes is being speeded. The Germans say Poland's army has been destroyed, and Nazi troops are being shifted to the west. The Allies are worried by rumors of Nazi military preparations in the Aile-Chapelle district, near Belgium in the Netherlands. They apparently fear that a Nazi thrust through these neutral nations may be made. But in Berlin, German propaganda minister Goebbels indignantly denies this as a, quote, British lie, unquote. Goebbels insists the Reich never has had any intention to violate Dutch and Belgian neutrality. Goebbels also denies British reports of an uprising in what used to be Czechoslovakia. London stands behind this story, but Czech sources say the rebellion is dying down, although there still is trouble in some rural areas. On the high seas, German submarines have struck again. The freighter Kensington Court has been sunk. Its crew of 34 was rescued by British Royal Air Force planes. The British failed to get the undersea raider, but there are indications that the British did attack a submarine off Doze. Some believe that the heavy firing heard in the Straits of Kattegat off Denmark yesterday may have been a British attack on Nazi submarines, but this is fully unofficial. Poland's position becomes increasingly precarious, but Polish troops are still holding out. Warsaw radio reports that the capital's defenders have counterattacked, advancing 2 miles in the suburbs. The Germans admit the Poles are still fighting at Warsaw and at Lemberg or Lwów in the south. Russia, however, claims Lwów has fallen to the Soviet army, as well as Grodno in the north. The capture of Grodno sent thousands of Polish refugees streaming into Lithuania. The Russian press now admits that the Soviet advance has been fiercely resisted at points. Moscow newspapers pay tribute to what they describe as unheard of and previously unwitnessed mass heroism by the Red Army. Fortune magazine announced today that it had conducted a survey which indicated that almost 2/3 of the United States is opposed to strict isolation. The survey showed, the magazine said, that 83.1% of those surveyed want England, France, and Poland to win the war, but that 64.8% think they can win. Only 24.7% favored a complete embargo against the belligerents. The Retailers' National Council said today that rapid increases in food costs would impair the nation's purchasing power. Secretary of Labor Perkins revealed that the average cost of foodstuffs increased as much as 2% during the week ending September 19th. The Agricultural Advisory Council issued a statement contending that the public need have no fear of food shortages or runaway prices as a result of the European war. It pledged its fullest cooperation in meeting problems created by the conflict.
Roscoe R. Rao, president of the Retailers Council, an organization comprising 11 associations that represent more than 200,000 retail stores, said the nation's economic structure would be impaired by skyrocketing prices. The council was ready, he said, to offer its services in coordination of retailers in their efforts to safeguard the public interest. Stocks rallied on the New York Exchange today after a narrowly irregular opening. Most issues had small gains around noon. Railroad equipment was strong. Trading picked up immediately after noon, volume increased, and the whole market developed strength. How do you keep these always hungry youngsters of yours satisfied, Mother? Especially after school, when their appetites are so keen and they say, "Gee, Mom, can I have something to eat?" Well, here's a good way. Sunshine Crispy Crackers, spread with peanut butter and a glass of milk. It's delicious, as well as a nourishing combination. Children rush home from school for these old favorites. You know, children are as quick as grown-ups, yes, even quicker sometimes, to recognize the difference in crackers. They like the extra crispness and extra flavor of Sunshine Crispy, K-R-I-S-P-Y, Sunshine Crispy Crackers. They seem to know that crispy crackers make jam, jellies, peanut butter, and milk taste better. Buy some of these spreads and a package of Sunshine Crispy Crackers at your grocer's tomorrow. Your children will love them. A recording covering a full day of broadcasting at station WJSD is going to be placed in the files of the National Archives. The special recording is being made today, and this program, to which you are now listening, is now being recorded and preserved for posterity. The full day's activities from the opening station announcement at 6 o'clock this morning until 1 a.m., when the Star-Spangled Banner is played, will be recorded. Today was chosen for the record because history will be made in the United States this afternoon. The recording will include the opening of the extra session of Congress and President Roosevelt's speech to that body. Arrangements are also being made to include a speech by Premier Daladier, direct from France, in case President Roosevelt's speech is finished on time. The District of Columbia Commissioners are scheduled to end hearings on the 1941 budget today, or hear the testimony of several local officials before assessing the problem of how to cut $13 million from the requests of the department directors. The heads of the departments have requested approximately $63 million, which is $13 million more than was provided in this year's budget. Officials are looking forward to an early settlement of the district truck drivers' strike. Howard Carlton, Department of Labor conciliator, said today that he expected definite developments sometime this afternoon. The drivers have been on strike over a week for higher wages. Dean Noble Powell of Washington Cathedral has not yet decided whether to become Bishop of Louisiana. Yesterday, Episcopalians met in New Orleans and elected him to the bishopric of that state. Today, he had not made up his mind whether to accept or decline. Last May, he rejected a similar offer on the grounds that he had work to complete at Washington, where he is warden of the College of Preachers. The Children's Hospital drive for funds is not reaching expectations. Miss Mattie Gibson, superintendent of the hospital, reported today that the drive has reached only one-third of the amount needed to erase a $27,000 deficit. Officials said that they hope to raise several $1,000s from the presentation of two operas at Constitution Hall on October the 2nd and 3rd. Residents of Fairfax County, Virginia, are continuing their campaign to raise funds to buy the Arlington and Fairfax Auto Railroad. The Fairfax Commuters League has already raised $3,000 for the purchase of the abandoned railroad. Officials said that $22,000 would be needed to buy the line's property between Fairfax Courthouse and Falls Church. Another $55,000 would be needed to extend the service to Lacey, where bus connections for Washington would be made. The grade crossing at Landover, Maryland, the scene of Maryland's latest grade crossing death, will soon be replaced. Nathan L. Smith, Chief Engineer of the State Road Commission, has announced that plans for the bridge, which will replace the crossing, have already been completed. State officials are now taking steps to purchase land for the construction of the overpass. The latest crossing victim was James McCarran of the 3200 block of 12th Street Northeast. McCarran, the father of 5 children, was killed when his automobile crashed into a freight train yesterday. The Queen of the President's Suffragetta will receive her crown tomorrow night in impressive coronation ceremonies at Haines Point. Miss Ruth Overton, daughter of Senator John Overton, will be crowned Queen of the Water events by Edward Noble, Under Secretary of Commerce. A Coast Guard cutter will carry Miss Overton to the scene of the coronation. After she receives her crown, the new Queen will review a colorful parade of boats and canoes. The climax of the ceremonies will come when a fireworks display is set off. The 3-day Cup Regatta will get underway tomorrow morning when the outboard motor races take place. The American Automobile Association is going to hold its next annual meeting in Washington. It was announced today that the association would meet on November 16th and 17th with about 500 delegates attending. Mr. Russell Singer of Washington, D.C., is secretary of the association. Soldiers of yesterday are coming to the aid of soldiers of today. The American Legion announces that its members in Washington will assist the Red Cross in its annual drive for funds. Part of the money raised will be used to aid victims of the European War. Legionnaires have organized a separate roll call division and will solicit Red Cross membership from small downtown stores. The special unit group of the Community Chest is stealing a march on other chest workers. This group of volunteers has already held its organization meeting and is ready to go to work soliciting in its particular field. Here's the weather forecast for the district and vicinity. Fair tonight and Friday. Cooler with lowest temperature about 54 degrees tonight. Slowly rising temperature Friday. Our farewell piece this afternoon concerns the ladies, bless them. The ladies, it seems, threaten to get the nation war conscious if they don't watch out. At least that's what the Chicago and Illinois Hairdressers Association says. The association's convention in Chicago yesterday adopted this resolution. We believe feminine fashions should be designed on the principle of beauty and enchantment, not as a means of propaganda to make women war conscious. We urge all hairdressers throughout the country to oppose war motifs and to ask cooperation of their patrons in refusing to wear clothes which in any way indicate a wartime fashion trend.
Don't miss the highlights of the news in Washington and vicinity as reported by Hugh Conover, your Sunshine reporter, and brought to you every afternoon, Monday through Saturday at 1 p.m. by Loose Wild Biscuit Company, bakers of those famous crispy crackers and the new Sunshine Graham crackers that are enriched with healthful vitamins and minerals. This is Columbia Station for the nation's capital. Here is a transcribed announcement.
Here is the inside on the 1940 car. Best Buick. Your nearest Buick dealer is waiting to tell you all about it.
WJSD, Washington.
The life and love of Dr. Susan. This story of an attractive young woman doctor who's trying to make life worthwhile for herself and her 2 young children is presented by the makers of Lux Credit. One of the hardest things in the world as a child is just what makes a woman attractive. Everybody has a different idea. Some men prefer red-headed girls, and some men like brunettes to turn. Some men like them small, other men like them tall, and some say a blonde is the sweetest of all. Some men say it's blue eyes that win. Some men like a soft, little chin. But between you and me, every man will agree that he can't resist beautiful skin. There's no doubt about the fact that every man admires a woman with soft, smooth skin. And that's why it's so important for a woman to be sure she's giving her skin the right care. With Lux Toilet Soap, you can be sure you're doing it. Lux Toilet Soap has active lather that removes all dirt, dust, and stale cosmetics. It helps you keep your skin soft and smooth. You know how? And that's important. Use cosmetics all you like, but give your skin the protection of perfect cleansing with active lather. Why don't you start in tonight using the soap 9 out of 10 Steam Star use, the gentle soap that helps you keep your skin soft and smooth. Lux Toilet Soap. And now for the story of Dr. Yesterday, Dr. Susan Chandler heard from her 16-year-old cousin Nancy that Butch Bixby, the famous pitcher, whose arm Susan had cured, has lost his nerve and is refusing to pitch in the big exhibition game. Nancy finally confessed that this was because Butch believed that Annabelle Waite daughter of wealthy Joshua Waite, mayor of Valledale, didn't ever want to see Butch again. Susan discovered that this belief was due to a lie cooked up by Annabelle's mother. Upon discovering the true state of affairs, Susan went immediately to the Waite house to talk to Annabelle. She pointed out that Annabelle was the only person in the world who could cure Butch's inferiority complex. As a result, Annabelle took her courage in both hands and decided to go to Butch and tell him she loved him. It is now late afternoon of the next day. Susan, her 12-year-old son Dick, and Skitty Van Rickenbacker, Nancy's fiancé, are sitting on the front steps waiting for a telegram telling them the results of the big exhibition ball game. They are telling you.
Oh, dear. I hope Mr. Blobby doesn't forget the wire or something. Jamie said you'd start 2 o'clock. It's been over nearly 2 hours ago.
Maybe they went into extra innings, eh, Skitty?
Might have.
This is the first game in such a long time. Extra inning games are terribly hard.
Maybe he was taken out. Maybe he didn't pitch at all, like Mr. Blodgett was afraid of.
Of course he pitched. Down there later. Yes. Oh, goodness, Dickie, don't be so careful.
Yeah, well, if everything is all right, why don't we get a letter from Mr. Blodgett?
Well, I don't know. Don't make a card.
Never mind, Dr. Susan. I've looked it up.
That's good. Goodness, now I've upset the paper bag. I'm as nervous and jumpy as a hen on a water.
Well, you're not the only one, Dr. Susan. When I speak to Nancy lately, either she doesn't hear me or she bursts into tears. I can't make out what's the matter with her.
Well, just remember, Kitty, Nancy's only 15. Girls that age very often have. Well, me. But they're so anxious for Butch to be able to pitch again, they're awfully upset. That's my business.
I hope that's what it is. I wouldn't want to think Nancy had, well, changed her mind about this.
Oh, women are nuts.
Don't you believe it? Your mother's one of the sanest people I've ever known.
Thanks for the compliment. Henry's no fun.
Yeah. And your grandmother's no slouch either, Dick.
Yeah, but Nancy and Marilyn, oh, hey, Mom,
Yes, it is.
can't you do something to keep her from tagging after me all the time? Marilyn, I mean. She's getting to be an awful nuisance.
I thought you and Marilyn were just a winner, Dickie. Think of all the good times you've had together.
Yeah, but that was when we were kids. Now that I've picked to running around with the gang, well, gee whiz.
Running around with the gang, and playing important and playing with your own sister.
That's not the point. There comes a time in every fella's life when girls are so superfluous.
But Marilyn's sitting lonely. Don't you think you could find some way to find time to play with her? Is now here?
Oh, gee whiz, Mom.
Look, who's coming up with two.
Oh, my goodness, you're great. You're looking like a tender.
Well, I should make a face out of her, Mom.
I'll be awful busy and pretend you don't see me.
Makes you look like a chance to love her.
No use, Mom. She's turning me into it.
Hello, Mrs. Ray. Is it a beautiful day? Come on up and sit down.
I intend to come up, but I won't sit down. This is the last time I'll accept any Chandler hospitality ever.
Why, Isabel Ray.
I just came over to tell you I've received a telegram from Annabelle.
Is it good news?
No. She married that quickly ball player this afternoon the minute the game was over. Mr. Blodgett was best man.
No wonder we haven't heard from her. She's probably so excited we forgot all about Columbia.
Oh, this is no joking matter. Annabelle's life is ruined, and it's all your fault, Susan Sanders.
Never mind the details. Did Butch play? Was his arm okay?
I suppose so. Annabelle couldn't pitch the shutout, whatever that means.
Whoopee!
You should be very proud of your new son in law, Mrs. Ray.
How? If I dare show his face in this town again, I'll slap it.
Oh, he's so bitter. Annabelle's your only friend. How can you begrudge her her happiness?
Why, my child, you mean? It doesn't belong to me anymore. I have nothing more to do with it. You saw her that. You yourself. That you see you try what you're going to the trip sending Annabelle off last night. I'm going to see that if it takes me right away.
Isabel, please. You only heard him yourself at bed, then. Go home and lie down. You're so thinking about him. Don't you have a good night's sleep?
You don't think I can do anything to hurt you, do you?
No, we don't. So there.
That's nice of you. You Richard.
Oh, me?
Yes, you. The vacant lot opposite the school where you boys play, I believe.
Sure. That's where me and the rest of the Valledale Comets practice baseball and football.
Not anymore, you don't. That vacant lot belongs to me. If any one of you so much as set foot on it, you'll be indestructible.
Yeah, but gee, there's any other lot big enough for baseball. That means we couldn't play anymore.
Yes, too bad, isn't it? And when you break the news to your friends, tell them they have Dr. Susan Chandler to thank for being put off of the top.
You can't. That's all I'm saying. Dicky's done nothing to hurt you.
No, but he's your son. you going to make me pay for what you've done to my daughter? I and remember, this is
I like to kick her teeth in. Suppose she does. Gee whiz, Mom, now look what you've done. You have to go and get mixed up with that old battle axe.
I never thought to figure it out in the tree. Let me just tell you. It is warm from the sun in the river. This is... You run upstairs and get me started.
No, get your own sweater. All I gotta go over is tell Mom and Tommy and the rest of the family.
Even if you went to mail for us.
I didn't have thought for a few minutes ago, Kitty. Now, not for sure.
Dr. Susan, you're your sister. Shall I go and get you that sweater?
No thanks, Kitty. Think I'll just go inside.
That's all right.
No, he won it.
That's what he's been hoping for. He doesn't have to look so glum about it. Is there anything else?
Yes. Woods and Annabelle got married right after the game. Don't sound very excited.
Why should I?
Oh, I just thought. Never mind. Nancy, you know, it seems sort of funny sitting home like this.
What do you mean, funny?
Well, usually when it gets to be fall, along about now, I'm all busy packing up and everything, getting ready to go back to college. It seems kind of funny to be sitting here and nothing.
But you wouldn't be going back to college anyway. I mean, even if you weren't here with us, you graduated last year.
Yes, I know, but I always thought I might go on and get an engineering degree. And of course, that's quite good now. Now that we're getting married. It would be sort of superfluous for a married man.
You don't have to get married. Nobody's going to make you. Go ahead and break the engagement. Go ahead if that's what you want.
I don't know. I never said I did. I thought that's what you can find.
I have not. That's not true.
Some days you've been acting all queer and touchy, as if you didn't want to have me around anymore.
Really? No, I was perfectly in college. I wouldn't blame you at all if you broke your word. I don't want you to be honest.
Still love me, Nancy?
Oh, yes, I love you very, very much. Boy, I've been sort of distracted lately. It's like when fireworks go off in your face, you sort of forget how bright the sun is.
I guess I must be awfully sensitive. I get it.
Doesn't matter. Nothing matters except that we ought to get married. Quick, before anything else happens to discuss.
You mean before Christmas?
Oh, yes, now, next week.
But I thought you wanted the big wedding with the veil and bridesmaids and everything.
No, if Annabelle can marry books without all that, but so can I. I mean, the important thing is we love each other.
Yes, I guess so. Sure.
You don't sound very good.
Well, God, I was just thinking of you. Not eloping or anything like that.
Why not?
You're underage.
I could lie about that.
Hey, sir, marriage is a serious business. I'm not going to start it off like that. You've got to get Dr. Howard to say. He's your legal guardian.
Oh, yes, but Cousin Susan's the one that comes. I know how to do anything she tells me.
Okay, then I'll have a talk with her.
Where?
How about now?
No, right away.
Oh, that's fancy if you say so. You and I thought you didn't want to get married anymore.
Well, I do, and you've got to make Susan let it.
Yeah, leave it to me.
It won't be easy, Kitty. I have to be smart with her. Don't give her a chance to say no.
What will Susan say when Kitty tells her that he and Nancy want to get married right away? Listen in tomorrow at this same time and hear how Kitty has a change of mind and how Nancy's jealousy leads her to a bitter accusation. Today we're going to have a little musical geography. Some people live in the mountains of Virginia.
Some people live by the beautiful Ohio, and some people live underneath the Carolina moon. And still other people live in Tennessee. And you know, it's a wonderful thing. No matter where you live, you can always buy Lux Toilet. Wherever you are, this fine white soap with active lather is available to you. And because of this wide distribution and large sale, you can buy Lux Toilet soap for only a few cents. And that's important to every woman who wants to run her house beautifully and economically. Because Lux Toilet soap is as fine a soap as money can buy. In it are only the finest ingredients. A cake of Lux Toilet soap is solid and firm and long-lasting. You'll be proud to have luxurious white Lux Toilet soap in your house. And don't forget, all you small penny is all you have to give to get Lux soap. No matter where you live, whether you're in Troy or Petersburg. Get Lux soap today, that's September 21st. Why wait until September 22nd, 3rd, or 4th? Get Lux soap today, that's September 21st. The love of Dr. Susan comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap each day, Monday through Friday. Be with us tomorrow, won't you? And ladies, there's another dramatic treat in store for all of you tomorrow at 11:30 Eastern Daylight Time, 10:30 Central Time. And you can hear the famous serial It's Whisper over most of these stations.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 1:30 Sanitary Food Store time. Nothing could be more tasty and wholesome for school sandwiches than delicious Panico ham. Get one today. Panico ham saves you time and money. Buy a Panico ham today at your neighborhood sanitary food store. WJSD, Washington.
Fireplace presents the dramatic serial, Your Family and Mine. Are you coming to the New York World's Fair? Then don't forget to stop in at the Sears booth for a glimpse of what Sears scientific supervision of milk, ice cream, and other dairy products is doing to protect your family's health. Sears Incorporated and its member companies are under one common ownership. Ever since Willie Marshall returned from Paris, blind as a result of an airplane crash, Julie Rover has been devoting every waking hour to her. Steve Morgan, who had hoped to win Judy away from Woody, realizes now that Judy's strong sense of duty has compelled her to remain loyal to Woody, even though Woody has insisted that she consider herself free. Now at the hospital, while Woody is undergoing the operation that may or may not restore his eyesight, we find Steve Morgan walking Judy around the hospital, trying to take her mind off what happened. Let's walk another block, Judy.
No, please, we better turn back.
Just another block.
I'd like to get back to the hospital, Steve. We're finished by now.
But even if they had, they're not going to let you see him right away.
Please, Steve, I'd like to go back anyway. Thanks.
For what? Your mother asked me to take you for a walk, and I can't get you more than 2 blocks away from the hospital.
Steve, I haven't had a chance to say this before, but ever since Woody came back from Paris, he's been swell.
So I've been swell, have I? Because I had to accept what happened? Because I was forced to stifle the things that cried for words in me, and because I had to ignore the agony that was eating my heart away?
Steve, don't. Have you been doing any writing lately?
Not a lot.
But you said...
I can't write, I never could.
That isn't true. Anybody who can turn out a short story like that first one you showed
That
me...
was a freak. I had one story in there, that's all.
That isn't true, and you know it.
Well, the way I feel these days, I wouldn't know the truth if it came up behind me and took me with an axe.
Steve, when you let that old bitterness begin...
I'm sorry. Got enough on your hands without my aid.
You have so much talent. You've got to do something with yourself.
Why?
Why? Because there are a lot of people who have faith in you. Even Woody thinks he's scared. You know he does. Shall we walk just a bit faster?
Sure, if you want to. But they're not going to let you see it for some time. They don't usually let visitors see patients right after they're brought down from the operating room, Judy.
Dr. Travis said he'd let me look at him just for a few moments.
He only said that to get you out of the hospital for a while.
Steve, what did Woody have to say to you? Why did he send for you before the operation?
What do you mean?
What was it?
Nothing, Judy.
He said that if you didn't come on time, he'd ask him to delay the operation until you did come. It must have been important.
But it really wasn't.
All right. Tell me.
No. He said that you'd be needing someone to stand by you. He knows how I feel about you, and he wanted to...
Put it up with me. He doesn't think the operation's going to succeed. In spite of that cheerful attitude, he feels it's hopeless.
No, not exactly. As a matter of fact, he told me that... Well, he had a feeling deep down that his sight might be saved.
The operation's going to be a success.
For more reasons than one.
Did you say?
I said, let's hope so.
What else did he say to you, Steve?
Well, not much else that I can remember.
Did he say anything about our engagement?
Exactly.
He did. He did say something, didn't he? He told you that if the operation failed, if it didn't restore his sight, he was going to break off the engagement. But he wasn't going to tie me down. He did say that, didn't he, Steve?
Well, he did say something of that sort.
I guess I'd let him. And I felt knowing that only meeting me when most of them the best.
Judy. Judy, what about... Well, what about your own happiness? What about your own right to a normal life?
I'll make my life with him normal. Other people have done it. I know, and it takes courage, but I have to find the courage.
Judy, what about us?
You need to forget about that.
I need you, Judy.
We need it greater.
I can't give you up.
You've got to forget about me.
Judy, I was just a hobo until I met you. You took me by the hand and showed me the way to a new life.
You'll go on and find your happiness in that new life. You'll do important things, you're right.
Without you, I won't be able to do it.
You'll have to learn both of us. How to do without each other. You've been blind, you're hopeless.
I've only been blind a few weeks. I was blind all my life, Judy. Darling, listen, you can't let yourself get trapped this way. You've got a right to... I need you and I love you. Two of us must forget about everyone and everything except ourselves and our own need for happiness.
You can't mean what you're talking about.
Forget everything. No right to something about that. That's all. If only he weren't the fine person he is, if I could only hate him. If only I could hate someone, if I didn't have to fight this nameless enemy that's so ruthless without hate.
You're nothing for. We're back at the hospital. Are you coming in?
About 10 minutes ago.
The doctor say how the operation?
He said he thought it went right ahead. So did Dr. Travis. He said they had no idea when they were going to remove the bandage.
You know what then?
They didn't say.
Can you go in there?
They'll change the income and he's in there in trouble. He'll be out of here.
What is he doing?
I know.
I think he's going to walk very fast.
I know. Thank you, Jessica. Mr. Marshall was here up to a few minutes ago. He said he'd be back quickly.
Oh, Doctor.
Doctor, may we do it?
Yes, but only for a few minutes.
We won't see it.
Let's go now.
I must warn you, he's still unconscious. You mustn't be alarmed by the things he's saying. Even the world.
We understand. Thank you. You coming soon?
He's trying to say something.
Look out! Look out! Try to pull her out! She's going into a tailspin! Look out!
You live in plane cars.
No. No, I'm going to take it.
No, not yet. I can't leave him. Darling, there's nothing you can do for him.
Where are you? Haven't I given up on that? Do I have to lose her too? I love him. I won't give her up. I won't.
Darling, please. No, please don't tell me. Jim, I'm just listening to all this. I got to hear what it's saying. I'm here, Woody. I'm here right here beside you. Woody, darling. Please. You and Mother go. I'm going to stay here. You're not going to leave us here. I can't go now, Mother. There's anything you can say that we wouldn't say.
Is that too much? Oh, you're crazy. You're going to expand the place. I've got to see what happened to it. You're not going to leave me. I'm really not going to be a burden. I'm scared. Cut the back. Cut the switch. You're falling. Cut the switch. You don't want to stay out here with the secret. If it's only thing that holds you covered in the window. I just said it's all. No. No, Doctor, no. Really, say your thing to me, Really talk to me. Really tell me. Judy, where are you? Judy.
Oh, please, Woody. I'll be with you from now on. I'll never leave you. I'll never leave you.
So we leave Judy Goldberg, promising to remain loyal to the unconscious Woody. What will happen in the dim days to come? Will Woody recover sight? Will Judy keep her vow? So be sure to listen more. Now, what to serve for dessert tonight? What to serve that is delicious and different, that has novelty and originality? That's the question. Here's the field that book with Mary Preston is the answer.
And the answer that looks at all of those requirements is that brand new ice cream flavor that Fireplace created for September, banana room ice cream.
Right you are, Mary. There's a dessert that will go down in history. So you see, folks, banana room ice cream is really two flavors in one. It's mellow with the true flavor of ripe banana, and the deep almond flavor of crisp, oven-baked macaroons, blended with whipped cream and other choice ingredients.
Yes, banana room ice cream certainly is delicious and different. A real flavor discovery if there ever was one. And there's so many delightful ways of serving it too. In homemade sundaes, for instance, with a luscious sauce, or in a big generous ice cream pie. Or for one of those extra special occasions, you can make some sweet dainty meringues to serve with it.
And no matter how you serve it, you'll hear loud cheers from the family for this exciting new combination of luscious banana ice cream with golden flakes of crisp macaroons. You can buy this delightful new banana and macaroon ice cream from your nearest dealer who displays the steel test symbol.
And as for those inviting ice cream treats I just mentioned, well, just drop us a line for our booklet, intriguing new ways to serve ice cream, and you'll find out how to make them all.
This beautiful illustrated booklet of ice cream treats is free to all of you. For your free copy, just drop a line to the Steel Test Kitchen. That's Steel Test spelled S-E-A-L-T-E-S-T. Steel Test Kitchen, 230 Park Avenue, New York. Now here's a message from your own community. Listen.
Chestnut Farms, Chevy Chase Milk, and Southern Dairies Ice Cream are Steel Test approved. Now we'd like to add another recipe to Mary Preston's list. It's a recipe for the most delicious banana royal you'd ever want to taste. And it's simple as ABC. You merely stop at the nearest soda fountain serving Southern Dairy's ice cream and ask for their special banana royal. We promise you a treat you'll long remember. Imagine a cool, creamy round of that one and only Southern Dairy's banana roux ice cream, ringed around with sweet, ripe bananas and crowned with chocolate sauce and fluffy whipped cream. Delicious doesn't half describe it. Next time you pass a Southern Dairy's soda fountain, don't pass it. Stop and treat yourself to one of those perfectly grand banana royals.
No widow recovered from it. The terrible uncertainty that lies before us forces Woody to a new decision about duty. Be sure to listen to another gripping chapter in the dramatic story of the Rovers of High Forest. Until then, your Bond signing off for your family and mine. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We wish to thank the sponsors of Scattergood Baines and the career of Alice Blair for relinquishing their time in order that you may hear the following special broadcast. The career of Alice Blair will be presented immediately after the next.
We wish to call to your attention that Manhattan Mother, sponsored by the makers of Chip Show, usually heard at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, will be presented a half hour earlier at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, beginning Monday, September 25th. In a few minutes, we will take you to Washington for the proceedings at the historic special session of Congress. The President of the United States will address a joint session of Congress in person on the issue of the neutrality law. But first, here is the latest news from other parts of the world, news which occurred while Congress gathered into special session. Close attention is directed at Romania today. There, the Premier, Armand Călinescu, has been assassinated. This led to reports that important developments, perhaps of a revolutionary nature, are underway in the Romanian capital, Bucharest. But up to this moment, there is nothing to bear out those reports. Filing its news under a Bucharest dateline, the United Press said that 6 youthful assassins shot and killed Premier Călinescu, who was a vigorous foe of the pro-Nazi Iron Guard. The killing took place while the Premier was driving by automobile to the Royal Palace, where it was believed he was to have an interview with King Carol. The government of Romania, headed by Premier Călinescu, has suppressed the Iron Guard organization on charges of terrorism. The dispatch from Bucharest goes on. The assassins approached Călinescu's automobile from behind a parked car on the main street of Bucharest. The Premier's automobile was blocked for the moment, either by accident or intentionally, by a large truck. The truck lumbered across the street, blocking a line of traffic. The Premier's automobile slowed down. The 6 assassins leaped from their hiding place and ran toward it. One of them yanked open the door of the car. Then the shots were fired. Călinescu was taken to the nearby University Hospital and pronounced dead. And a few seconds later, the Bucharest radio station interrupted the musical program and a voice shouted, "Călinescu is killed." And now the very latest word from Bucharest, filed just 9 minutes ago, says that 2 of the assassins of the Premier committed suicide by shooting tonight in Bucharest when they were surrounded in a midtown store. Guards cut off their escape. There is no word yet about the other attackers. And a clear picture as to whether this is an isolated attack or the forerunner of other events is not available. Briefly now, the news of other capitals. London published a white paper in which it is stated that Germany answered Great Britain's ultimatum on September the 2nd, an ultimatum which, you remember, demanded withdrawal of Nazi troops from Poland with a threat to answer any aggressive action on the part of England with the same weapons and in the same form. Berlin said today that Soviet War Commissar Borushilov may visit the German capital early in October to return the visit of a German military mission to Moscow. There is no confirmation from Russia about this so far. Kiev announced today that all details of its general mobilization are complete, meaning that 6 million men are under arms and ready for their war duties. It was also stated that British preparations in France are proceeding on a large scale. The French said that Allied aircraft shot down 2 German planes and that Captain von Richthofen, son of the World War ace, had been killed. It is stated that 1/5 of the German submarine fleet at sea has been destroyed.
Further unconfirmed reports say that the line of Bremen is in British hands. Fighting still goes on in Poland. By all indications, up to this moment, Warsaw still holds out under heavy siege, but still holds out at that. The polls say also that Lviv is holding out. And here in New York, stocks advanced fractions to 5 points in moderately active trading today, while bonds were mixed with 18 U.S. government at new lows, and wheat gained 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 cents a bushel. More news as it occurs. For word from our own capital, we take you now to Washington.
Washington, D.C., September 21st. The Congress of the United States convenes in extra session. This is John Charles Daly speaking from the House of Representatives. Called into this session by the President of the United States by a proclamation issued on September 13th. Today at noon, the House of Representatives and the United States Senate met, organized, and recessed until 1:50 Eastern Standard Time, 2:50 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Then the Senate and the House will convene in joint session to hear the President of the United States deliver his message reviewing the neutrality laws of the country. Columbia's microphones will be opened on the rostrum of the House to bring you the address of the President. In the meantime, as we await the arrival of the President, Albert Warner, Columbia's Washington news analyst, who is in the small library of the House, has several distinguished members of Congress whom he will interview. Albert Warner.
One of the congressmen we have here is Senator Orr. This minority leader of the Senate comes from Rockridge, Republican, Vermont. The senator was one of those invited to the President's conference yesterday on neutrality revision. Senator, can you tell us something about what you think is ahead in the question?
Honor, the preservation of American institutions and peace is the immediate objective. The means to be used is the question. My judgment is that repeal of the embargo leaving our government independent to take any action that may be adapted to known conditions in the future would be the most neutral act of government and therefore the least partial and the least provocative. Retention of the embargo is not regarded as impartial. It helps Germany. It deprives Britain and France of a lawful advantage they possess through geographical location and command of the sea. The distinction between neutrality and qualified neutrality ought to be regarded when we take our first step. Repeal of the embargo would place the government in a truly neutral attitude. Repeal of the embargo, accompanied by reenactment of the cash and carry provision, would place the government as such in an attitude of semi-neutrality. Only one step should now be taken. This is necessary for the record. This step should be entirely neutral and impartial. There is only one act within our contemplation that constitutes that step, and that is repeal of the Embargo Act of 1937. There we should stop for the present. There we would be under the rules of international law. These rules forbid the government participating for or against either side. These rules do not require the government to prohibit its national economy. Later, if the circumstances would require some further act by the government, which is not wholly impartial, such as reenacting of cash and carry provisions covering both munitions and contraband of war, the government could take that step deliberately and candidly admit the fact that its act is not entirely impartial. Therefore, I prefer the first alternative. However, I seek information and guidance, and am particularly concerned that Congress should act in accord with an enlightened public opinion, because the vitality of our foreign policy depends upon the support of a united people. I have voluminous mail on this subject, for which I am grateful. I shall try to answer each letter with a view to encouraging continued interest and expression by the American people. Finally, the public should feel reassured by the knowledge that, regardless of preferences respecting methods, we have a united Congress on the objective of peace.
Now, Representative Bruce Barton, Republican representing the district of Crossing Manhattan Island in New York City. You've just been on the floor, Mr. Barton. Can you tell us what the atmosphere in the House is?
I would say that the atmosphere in the House is profoundly serious and strikingly free from partisan thought or purpose. It seems to me that the members of Congress have come back to Washington with only one idea, fathers to arrive at an honorable and effective agreement which may save our people from the ravages and the heartbreak of another foreign war. I think no man who has the honor to occupy a seat in this Congress has failed to feel impressed with the solemn character of this week. On September 3rd, less than 3 weeks ago, parliamentary government ceased to function in every great nation of the world with a single exception of the United States. The parliaments of England and France continued to convene only to register the decrees of what have now become virtually autocratic governments. No nation has successfully conducted modern war without surrendering itself to autocracy. Thus, our time is meeting today with the one last outpost of real representative government. One free forum where men and women can express their convictions with no censure. Nowhere else in the world is there left a national legislative body where the people can make their influence directly felt. But they are making it felt. That they propose to participate positively and continuously in the discussion is indicated by the mail that is flooding our offices. So great was the volume this morning that delivery was delayed more than an hour. Across the ocean, decisions of life and death for the masses of men and women are being made by small groups of men behind closed doors. Here in America, and only in America, people through their Congress, free and open reach, argue their convictions and arrive finally at the united politics which we have sought.
The Senate has just entered the House chamber. Now we'll have a word from Senator Burns, Democratic leader from South Carolina. This Congress has been called not to consider the question of whether this government will go to war, but to consider neutrality legislation. I know of no man in public life holding responsible position who is not sincerely anxious to have the United States keep out of war. The question is how best to accomplish this objective. I favor the repeal of the embargo provision. I think the people of America should have the right to sell the products of our farms and factories to Germany, Great Britain, or any other government, provided they pay cash and carry home their purchases. I believe that in considering neutrality legislation, Congress will approach it in an entirely non-partisan manner. You can rest assured, Congress is actuated only by a desire to promote the best interests of the American people and keep this nation out of war.
Now, as the President is expected here in a few minutes, my family is forward to the Dog State.
Here is what's been happening in the House of Representatives while Mr. Warner was interviewing celebrities and the two houses of Congress with approximately 1 minute time to the bank and called the House to order, and then the Senate proceeded by Vice President Connor, the Secretary of State of the House, into the chamber. Now the Speaker Bankhead and Vice President Connor are seated together on the Speaker's platform at the Rostrum, and in a moment they will appoint committees to go out of the House to conduct the President into the chamber. Speaker Bankhead and Vice President Connor are consulting now relative to the appointment committees. The members of the Senate are taking their seats. The floor of the House is as usual the order discussion among states. In the joint session of Congress, the Senate will take up the first 3 rows of the regular House-assigned seats, and then the House members are moved back and let the chairs put them back at the circular rows of seats that ordinarily suffice for the members of the House. Shortly, the session of Congress will be conducted into the chamber itself by Mr. Sinatra, the House doorkeeper, and they will take their seats at the foot of the rostrum, the dais from which the President will speak. The Senate is still filing. The Senators are still filing into the House of Representatives and taking their proper places. And Senator Austin, who has just spoken to you, I can see now taking his seat. Senator, thank you. Many committees. Just name the 2 committees that will go out and conduct the President of the United States into the House chamber so that he may make his address. In just a moment now, the doorkeeper, Mr. Knott, will announce the President's cabinet, and they will file in and take their places in a row of armchairs that have, as I have told you, been placed sort of the regular line of seats. Now, Speaker Bankhead, I think will make the announcement of the President's cabinet in the House chamber. Speaker Bankhead, order. Chief Stevens, but this day, now the members of the President's cabinet are coming into the House from one of the front doors beside the rostrum rather than the center door to which they're usually inducted. I can see Postmaster General Farley, Secretary of State Cordell Powell, Secretary Wallace Agriculture, and Perkins, the Secretary of Labor, and they have all taken their places now, and the Joint Committee will escort the President into the chamber in just a moment. Colonel Farley, the Chief of the White House Secret Service, has been going up and down the corridor which runs off this House library, and we can anticipate that the President will be here very shortly. This is the 25th time that Congress has had its special session since its organization 150 years ago. John Adams was the first president to call a special session. He summoned the 5th Congress to meet on May 15th in 1797 to consider suspension of diplomatic relations with France. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison each found it necessary to call 2 extraordinary sessions, and Mr. Lincoln called another just before the Civil War. The greatest number of special sessions have been summoned by Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt, 3 each. Mr. Roosevelt's first extraordinary session of Congress was in March of 1933 to pass emergency New Deal laws. The second was in October of 1937 to enact the social labor and farm legislation, and this special session that has convened today makes the third. Right now, the members of the House and the Senate are all sitting quietly in their seats. The galleries, as we expected, are filled to overflowing, and standees are standing at all of the doors. The presidential box is directly opposite us across the full length of the House. It's very hard to recognize anybody sitting in the box from here, but we can see any presidential confidential secretaries, Ms. Grace Kelly, and I believe Ms. LaHand is up there too. Outside of that, all of the boxes, right up to the very edge of the standing room, are filled to overflowing, and although the scene is not as bright as it was on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the Congress last spring, the color is still there. There are many ladies in the audience, and they're all dressed in bright new autumn clothes. Colonel Farley, the Chief of the White House Secret Service, has just come in the door immediately to the right of the rostrum and has spoken to some of the members of the Secret Service standing there, so we can expect now that the President will be here shortly. An hour before the scheduled convocation of Congress this morning, and 3 hours before President Roosevelt speaks, vantage points up here in the galleries of the House where the joint sessions to be held were taken over by newsreels and still cameramen. Even then, a few spectators with a coveted passes that entitled them to speak arrived. That was at 11 o'clock this morning. At that time, your reporter was here, and there were only 2 members on the floor itself, and they were Representatives Curtis and Graham. Both, incidentally, are among the few who have established perfect attendance records at the last session. Microphones were put in their places, and automobile parking in the plaza in front of the Capitol was banned. 2 hours ago, also, large crowds of spectators began to check across the lawn and take up vantage points near the entrance to the House so that they might see the President as he arrived. Over on the Senate side, your reporter was there this morning, too, before the Congress was convened to hear the President's address. Vice President John was at his office very early, we were told, and was talking about his pecan crop and the Bantam chickens in Uvalde, Texas, where he lived. A few senators, including Senator McCarran of Nevada, meticulously attired in a cutaway, strolled about the chamber. And the Senate gallery, strangely, was crowded, although the Senate only passed with the march to the House chamber to hear the President's message. Page boys who had had their vacations interrupted by the special session were making very sure that the Senator's inkwells were filled and the 10 points and pens and such things were in place for a busy week, or perhaps the busy weeks which are to follow. Now the House is sitting there in order, waiting for the President to come in, and we've just received a signal that the President has started down the corridor, which leads directly into the House itself. And we can expect Mr. Roosevelt to come through the door, leading to the speaker platform in just a moment. At that time, of course, the whole House will rise, and undoubtedly we will hear an ovation from Mr. Roosevelt. There always is one when he comes into this House to speak before the 2 sessions of Congress. Speaker Bankhead and Vice President Garner are presiding jointly, of course, over this joint session. As I told you, they are sitting together up where the Speaker normally sits alone. That is a marble dais, which is, in fact, of the Speaker's rostrum in itself, where President Roosevelt will make his speech. Up overhead, the sun is shining brightly through the glassed-in window, and we can see the same coffin with the speaker for the House amplifying system. And now Colonel Stalin is coming through the side entrance to the House of Representatives, and President Roosevelt can be seen through the door going down the corridor with Secretary Early. The banquet has just announced the President of the United States, and here's the ovation for the President. You can hear the ovation. Colonel Stalin has just gone up and tested the Speaker's platform to be sure that it was firmly built. And President Roosevelt, with the two committees, one from the House, one from the Senate, is walking slowly up the ramp. Now you can hear the shout and the roar of the crowd as President Roosevelt starts to walk up towards the Speaker's platform on the arm of Brigadier General Watson, his secretary. Behind him is his bodyguard, Tom Salters, and the two committees now are being conducted off the Speaker's dais back to their seats. Vice President Garner has taken hands with some of the members of the committee, and both the Vice President and Mr. Bankhead are smiling and saying a few words to Mr. Roosevelt as he walks towards the Speaker's platform. The ovation continues for the President as he stands there and now lifts his splendid head to smile at the crowd in his usual manner. He stands there quietly for a moment, and I think in just a minute now, President Roosevelt will begin his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Speaker, members of the Senate and House of Representatives. I have asked Congress to reassemble in extraordinary session in order that it may consider and act on the amendment of certain legislation, which in my best judgment so alter the historic foreign policy of the United States that it impairs the peaceful relations of the United States with foreign nations. At the outset, I proceed on the assumption that every member of the Senate and of the House of Representatives and every member of the executive branch of the government, including the President and his associates, personally and officially, are equally and without reservation in favor of such measures that will protect the neutrality, the safety, and the integrity of our country, and at the same time keep us out of war. Because I am fully willing to ascribe an honorable desire for peace to those who hold different views from my own as to what those measures should be, I trust that these gentlemen will be sufficiently generous to ascribe equally lawful courtesy to those with whom they disagree. Let no man or group in any walk of life assume exclusive protectorate over the future well-being of America. Because I conceive that regardless of party or section, the mantle of peace, the mantle of patriotism, is wide enough to cover us all. Let no group assume the exclusive label of the peace bloc. We all
belong to. I have at all times kept the Congress and the American people informed of events, trends, and foreign affairs. I now review them in a spirit of understatement. Since 1931, the use of force instead of the council table has constantly increased in disputes between nations, except in the Western Hemisphere, where in all those years there has been only one war, now happily terminated. During those years also, the building up of vast armed navy, storehouses of war, has proceeded abroad with growing speed and intensity. But during these years, and extending back even to the days of the Kellogg-Briand Act, the United States consistently and conscientiously done all in its power to encourage peaceful settlement, to bring about reduction of arms, and to avert threatened war. We have done this not only because any war anywhere necessarily hurts American security and American prosperity, but because of the more important fact that any war anywhere requires the progress of morality and religion and impairs the security of civilization itself. For many years, the primary purpose of our foreign policy has been that this nation and this government should strive to the utmost to aid and avoidance of war among nations. But even when war unhappily comes, the government and the nation must exert every possible effort to avoid being drawn into the war. The executive branch of the government did its utmost within our traditional policy of non-involvement to aid in averting the presence of foreign war. Having thus driven failure, this government must lose no time or effort to keep our nation from being drawn in. My candid judgment, we shall succeed in those efforts. We are proud of the historical record of the United States and of all the Americans. During all these years, because we have thrown every ounce of our influence for peace into the scale of peace. I note in passing what you will all remember, the long debates of the past on the subject of what constitutes aggression, on the methods of determining who the aggressor might be, and on who the aggressor in past wars had been. Academically, it may have been instructive, as it may have been of interest to historians to discuss the pros and the cons and the rights of law and wrongs of the world war during the decades of following. But in the light of problems of today, problems of tomorrow, responsibility for acts of aggression is not complete, and the writing of the record can safely be written to future historians. There has been sufficient realism in the United States to see how close to our own shore came a dangerous path which were being followed on other fronts. Last January, I told the Congress that a war which threatened to envelop the world in flames has been averted, but it has become increasingly clear that peace is not assured. By April last, new tensions had developed. A new crisis was in the making. Several nations with whom we had friendly, diplomatic, and commercial relations had lost or were in the process of losing their independent identity and their very property. During spring and summer, the trend was definitely toward further acts of military conquest and away from peace. As late as the end of July, I spoke to members of the Congress about the definite possibility of war. I should have called it the probability of war. And last January also, I spoke to this Congress of the need for further warning of new threats of conflict, military and economic, a challenge to religion, to democracy, and to international good faith. I said, an ordering of society which relegates religion, democracy, and good faith among nations to the background can find no place in it for the ideals of the Prince of Peace. The United States rejects such an order and retains its ancient state. And I said, we know what might happen to us in the United States if the philosophies of force were to encompass the other continents and invade our own. We, no more than other nations, can afford to be surrounded by the enemies of our faith and our humanity. Fortunate it is, therefore, that in this Western Hemisphere we have under a common ideal of democratic government a rich diversity of resources and of people functioning together in mutual respect and peace. And last January in the same message I also said, we have learned that when we deliberately try to legislate neutrality, our neutrality law may operate unevenly and unfairly, may actually give aid to an aggressor and deny it to the victim. The instinct of self-preservation should warn us that we ought not to let that happen anymore. And it was because of what I foresaw last January from watching the trend of foreign affairs and their probable effect upon us that I recommended to the Congress in July of this year that changes be enacted in our neutrality law. The essentials for American peace in this war-torn world have not changed since last January or last July. And that is why I ask you again to re-examine our own legislation. Go back. Beginning with the foundation of our constitutional government in the year 1789, the American policy in respect to belligerent nations, with one notable exception, was based on international law. Be it remembered that what we call international law has always had as its primary objective the avoidance of causes of war and the prevention of the extension of war. The single exception to which I refer was the policy adopted by this nation during the Napoleonic War, when, seeking to avoid involvement, we acted for some years under the so-called Embargo and Non-Intercourse Act. That policy turned out to be a disastrous failure. First, because it brought our own nation close to ruin, and second, because it was the major cause of bringing us into active participation in European wars in our own War of 1812. And it is merely reciting history to recall the news of one of the results of the policy of embargo and non-intercourse was the burning in 1814 part of this capital in which we are assembled today. Our next deviation, like Texas, from the sound principles of neutrality and peace
through international law did not stop their 180 years. It was the so-called Neutrality Act of 1935, only 4 years ago, an act continued in force by the joint resolution of May 1st, 1937. Despite grave doubts expressed as to its wisdom by many senators and representatives, and by officials charged with the conduct of our foreign relations, including myself, I regret that the Congress passed that act. I regret equally that I signed that act. On July 14th of this year, I asked the Congress in the cause of peace and in the interest of real American neutrality and security to take action to change that act. I now ask again that such action be taken in respect to that part of the act which is fully inconsistent with ancient precepts of the laws of nature, the embargo provision. I ask it because they are, in my opinion, most vitally dangerous to American neutrality, American security, and above all, American peace. These embargo provisions, as they exist today, prevent the sale to a belligerent by an American factor the sale of any completed implement of war. But they allow the sale of many types of uncompleted implements of war, as well as all kinds of general material supplies. They furthermore allow such products of industry and agriculture to be taken in American flag ships to belligerent nations. There in itself, under the present law, lies definite danger to our neutrality and our peace. From a purely material point of view, what is the advantage to us in sending all manner of articles across the ocean for final processing? Final processing there, when we could give employment to thousands by doing it here. Incidentally, and again, from the material point of view, by such employment here, we automatically aid in building up our own national defense. And if that normal profit here in our midst, each and time, as a result of such an increase of our industry, I feel certain that the subject will be adequately dealt with in the coming regular session of the Congress. Let me set forth the present paradox of the existing legislation as simply observed. If prior to 1935 a general war had broken out in Europe, the United States would have sold to and bought from belligerent nations such goods and products of all kinds as the belligerent nations with their existing facilities and geographical situations were able to buy from us or sell to us. This would have been the normal practice under the age-old doctrine of international law. Our prior position accepted the fact of geography, the fact of conditions of land power, sea power, air power alike, as they existed in all parts of the world. If a war had broken out in Europe in 1935, there would have been no difference, for example, between our export of sheets of aluminum and airplanes. Today, there is an artificial legal difference. Before 1935, there would have been no difference between the export of cotton and the export of gun cotton. Today, there is. Before 1935, there would have been no difference between the shipment of brass tubing in pipe form and brass tubing in shell form. Today, there is. Before 1935, there would have been no difference between the export of a motor truck and an armored motor truck. Today, there is. Let us be careful. Let us recognize that a belligerent nation often needs peace and lard and cotton for the survival of its population just as much as it needs anti-aircraft guns and anti-submarine depth. Let those who seek to attain the present embargo position be told this. Let them seek new legislation to cut off cotton and copper and meat and food and 1,000 other articles from all of the nations at war. Yet I speak with greater consistency. The greater consistency through the repeal of the embargo provision and the return to international law. I seek reenactment of the historic and traditional American policy, which is set for the disastrous interlude of the embargo and non-enforced laws more than a century and a quarter ago has served us well in the very beginning of our constitutional system. It has been erroneously said that return to that policy might bring us nearer. I receive my deep and unalterable conviction based on years of experience as a worker in the field of international peace. By the repeal of the embargo, the United States will more probably remain at peace than its law remains in stand today. Because with the repeal of the embargo, this government clearly and definitely will insist that American citizens and American ships keep away from the immediate peril of the actual zones of conflict. So, I think the repeal of the embargo and a return to international are the crux of the issue that faces. The enactment of the embargo provisions did more than merely reverse our traditional policy. It had the effect of putting land powers on the same footing as naval powers, so far as seaborne commerce is concerned. A land power which threatened war could thus be assured in advance that any prospective foreign antagonist would be weakened through denial of its ancient right to buy anything anywhere. This, 4 years ago, began to give a definite advantage to one belligerent as against another, not through his own strength or geographical position, but through an affirmative act on the part of the United States. Removal of the embargo is merely reverting to the sounder international strength and pursuing in time of war, as in time of peace, our ordinary trade policy. This will be liked by some and disliked by others, depending on the view they take of the present war. But that is not the issue. The step I recommend is to put this country back on a solid footing of real and traditional neutrality. When and if repeal of the embargo is accomplished, certain other phases of policy reinforcing American safety should be considered. And while nearly all are in agreement on their objectives, the only question relates to method. I believe that American merchant vessels should as far as possible be restricted from entering war zones. But war zones may change so swiftly, so frequently in the recent past, that it is impossible to fix them permanently by act of Congress. Specific legislation may prevent adjustment to constant and quick change, and it seems therefore more practical to delimit the actual geography of these war zones, the action of the State Department and administrative agencies. The objective of restricting American ships from entering such zones may be attained by prohibiting such entry by the Congress, or the result can be substantially achieved by executive proclamation that all such voyages are solely at the risk of the American owners themselves. The second objective is to prevent American citizens from traveling on belligerent vessels or traveling in danger areas. This can be accomplished also either by legislation, through continuance in force of certain provisions of existing law, or by proclamation making it clear to all Americans that any such travel is at their own risk. The third objective, requiring the foreign buyer to take transfer of title in this country to commodities purchased by belligerents, is also a result that can be attained by legislation or substantially achieved through due notice by proclamation. The fourth objective is the preventing of war credit to belligerents. This can be accomplished by maintaining in force existing provisions of law, or by proclamation making it clear that if credits are granted by American citizens to belligerents, our government will take no steps in the future to relieve them of risk or loss. The result of these last two objectives will be to require all purchases to be made in cash and cargoes to be carried in the purchaser's own ships at the purchaser's own risk. Two other objectives have been amply attained by existing law, namely regulating collection of funds in this country for belligerents and the maintenance of a licensed system covering import and export of arms, ammunition, and implements of war. Under present enactment, such arms cannot be carried to belligerent countries on American vessels, and this provision should not be disturbed. The Congress, of course, should make its own choice of the method by which these safeguards are to be attained, so long as the method chosen will meet the needs of new and changing day-to-day situations and changes. To those who say that this program would involve a step toward war on our part, I reply that it offers far greater safeguards than we now possess, or have ever possessed, to protect American lives and property from danger. It is a positive program for giving safety. This means less likelihood of incidents and controversies which tend to draw us into conflict as they unhappily did before the last World War. There lies the road to peace. The position of the executive branch of the government is that the age-old, time-honored doctrine of international law, coupled with these positive safeguards, is better calculated than any other means to keep us out of war. In respect to our own defense, you are aware that I have issued a proclamation setting forth a national emergency in connection with the observance, safeguarding, and enforcement of neutrality, and the strengthening of the national defense within the limits of peacetime authorization. This was done solely to make fully constitutional and legal certain obviously necessary measures. I have authorized increases in the personnel of the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard. Increases which will bring all four of them to a total still below peacetime strength as authorized by the Congress. I have authorized the State Department to use for the repatriation of Americans caught in a war zone the sum of $500,000 already authorized by the Congress. I have authorized the addition of 150 persons to the Department of Justice to be used in the protection of the United States against subversive foreign activities within our border. At this time, I ask for no further authority from Congress. At this time, I see no need for further executive action under the proclamation of limited national emergency. Therefore, I see no impelling reason for the consideration of other legislation at this extraordinary session of the Congress. It is, of course, possible that in the months to come, unforeseen needs for further legislation may develop, but they are not imperative today. These perilous days demand cooperation between us, without a trace of partisanship. Our acts must be guided by one single hard-headed cause, keeping America out of this war. In that spirit, I am asking the leaders of the two major parties in the Senate and the House of Representatives to remain in Washington between the close of this extraordinary session and the beginning of the regular session on January 3rd, 1940. They have assured me that they will do so, and I expect to consult with them at frequent intervals on the course of events in foreign affairs and on the need for future action in this field, whether it be executive or legislative action. And further, in the event of any future danger to the security of the United States, or in the event of need for any new legislation of importance, I will immediately reconvene the Congress in another extraordinary session. I should like to be able to offer the hope that the shadow over the world might swiftly pass. I cannot. The facts compel my stating with candor that darker periods may lie ahead. The disaster is not of our making. No act of ours engendered the forces which assault the foundations of civilization. And yet, we find ourselves affected to the core. Our currents of commerce are changed. Our minds are filled with new thoughts. Our position in world affairs has already been altered. In such circumstances, our policy must be to appreciate in the deepest sense the true American interest. Rightly consider this interest is not selfish. Destiny first made us with our sister nations on this hemisphere, joint heirs of European culture. Fate seems now to compel us to assume the task of helping to maintain in the Western world a citadel wherein that civilization may be kept alive. The peace, the integrity, and the safety of the Americans, these must be kept firm and serene. In the period when it is sometimes said that free discussion is no longer compatible with national safety, may you, by your deeds, show the world that we of the United States are one people, of one mind, one spirit, one clear resolution, walking before God in the light of the living.
And thus the President of the United States concludes his address reviewing the neutrality laws of the country before a joint meeting of the newly convened special session of Congress in the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. In just a few minutes, the joint session of the Congress will be adjourned, and the respective houses are expected to convene again on Monday. The applause for the President continues as he slowly turns from the Speaker's platform to go out of the door and out of the Capitol building. We expect to be back here at the Capitol shortly for some important news. This is John Charles Daly speaking from the House of Representatives in the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. We return you now to our New York studios.
While the President of the United States was addressing both houses of Congress, Premier Daladier began a message to the people of France. Later, our translator, who has been listening to the speech over shortwave radio, will give you a free resume of the entire message. In the meantime, we will listen to Premier Daladier's concluding remarks. We take you now to Paris.
Campagne ou un hasard. Elle ne renouvelle pas ses méthodes. Elle cherche partout des sens une fois pour trahir la patrie. Elle fait en trouver des achats pour en tuer la conscience et en consacrer la servitude. Mais la France tout entière s'est dressée. Il n'y a pas tenu de prêtre. Les emplois unanimes, courageux, ingénieux, qui inscrivent sur ces drapeaux la liberté ou la mort. Après tant de mensonges et tant de reniements, la propagande allemande n'a plus maintenant qu'un dernier espoir. Celui de dissocier les forces qui vont briser sa marche vers la domination du monde. Il est clair que la propagande allemande n'a plus maintenant que deux objets. Elle veut séparer la France de l'Angleterre. Elle veut désunir les Français entre eux. Mais quand les Français entendent les ondes ennemies leur dire que cette terre est la terre de l'Angleterre, ils répondent non, c'est la guerre d'Hitler. Comment faire croire à des Français qui depuis des mois censés grandir le péril sur leurs propres frontières, ils font la guerre pour la Grande-Bretagne. Le propagande allemand d'accord de ne pas changer de procédé quand elle déborde le territoire du Reich. Les Français connaissent par l'expérience, autant que par le sentiment, la valeur de l'amitié britannique. Ils voient la marine de l'Angleterre passer et secourir les sous-marins allemands. Les avions combattent dans notre ciel. Et puis, non plus volontaires, les soldats par devoir, rejoindre les soldats de France aux frontières de notre patrie. Ils savent aussi qu'un même idéal de liberté et de dignité humaine fait battre le cœur de la France, de l'Angleterre et de centaines de millions d'hommes qui, dans leur aventure immense, dévouent toute leur force à la cause commune. La radio hitlérienne, pour reprendre ce thème à l'infini, pas un Français ne peut connaître tout. Plus ridicule encore est l'espoir de dresser des Français contre leur patrie. Monsieur Goebbels, nous son successeur, de faire entendre à sa radio des voix de femmes qui prétendent parler au nom des mères françaises. Des employés de sa propagande revenir leur appel, mais qui offensent à la douleur des mères véritables. Un Français très honoré, traître à son pays, et s'apitoyer dans les studios allemands sur les dessins de nos soldats. Aucun d'entre vous ne peut être pris à des pièges de frustration. Ce chantage, au sentiment les plus nobles, ne peut que soulever votre dégoût et que raffermir votre volonté. Car la propagande allemande a pu mentir sur tout, mais il est une chose sur laquelle elle ne saurait vous tromper, vous accuser de votre amour pour la France. L'amour de la France a renouvelé le miracle qui assura notre famille chaque fois que nous avons été en péril. Dans l'épreuve, notre communauté nationale devient de jour en jour reconnaissante et plus fraternelle. Nous faisons la guerre parce que nous ne voulons pas que la France soit servie. Pour ce salut, nous mettrons à l'œuvre toutes les forces. Nous continuerons à prendre toutes les mesures d'ordre intérieur, de discipline, d'économie, afin que le pays tout entier participe à l'effort commun. Nous ne permettons pas que certains s'enrichissent, pendant que d'autres honorent leur chance. Nous sommes calmes et résolus. Nous ne sommes pas hantés, comme nos ennemis, par la crainte d'une guerre longue. Nous ne pensons qu'à une chose, à la victoire totale. Cette victoire, nous la considérerons comme acquise. Et que nous pourrons refonder la paix sur des bases stabiliques, et que nous pourrons enfin apporter à la France la sécurité définitive que les entreprises extérieures lui ont retiré depuis 3 années. Des preuves de dures. Les sacrifices seront douloureux. Mais la France a vaincu de plus grands périls. Nul n'a jamais pu la détruire. Et il vient toujours venir une force morale qui font l'armature des grandes nations pacifiques leur donne la victoire. Ces forces morales, elles animent toutes nos armées que le péril n'a pas pu se déporter. Elles ont les moyens qui permettent de résister et de vaincre. Elles ont le courage, elles ont la science, elles ont la foi. Elles combattent pour l'indépendance et la sécurité de notre patrie et pour en finir à tout jamais avec les entreprises de domination de l'Allemagne. La France n'a pas pris les armes pour incendier des villes, et livrer à la mort des femmes et des enfants, torturer des hommes sans défense. Elle a pris les armes pour une cause juste et humaine, et c'est pour cela qu'elle aura la victoire.
Mesdames, Messieurs, nous venons d'entendre M. Edouard Deladier, président du Conseil des ministres.
From Paris, CBS has brought you the voice of Premier Deladier addressing a message to the people of France. In our studios in New York, translators have been copying the message in English, and now, in just a moment, we'll present a free resume of what Premier Deladier said. Are you ready, sir? Mr. Deladier, French Prime Minister, said that for 20 days France has been at war. I want to tell you, he said, of the military and diplomatic conditions of our fight. I want to tell you, soldiers of France, what your duty is. You are a nation of free men, and you must remain free men always. I have just visited the front and seen our positions on German territory. I have seen the value and the intelligence of our high command, which avoid every temptation of sending its men forward recklessly and having them slaughtered. I have admired our soldiers. I have seen with emotion and proud of our gallant soldiers who fight because Germany has tried to use force against us. And we want to be finished once and for all with this atmosphere of threat and force. We must fight this force to try to suppress France. The Hitler domination already exercises a reign of terror over Germany. German domination has also crushed Poland, but before Poland also Czechoslovakia and Austria. The effort of all those who have tried for peace because the destruction of Poland was prepared in advance by the threat of force and secret treaties. Certain positions were gained, but now Poland not only has given herself up in martyrdom, but has shown heroism after her first defeat, because her mobilization was not complete when the German mechanized divisions marched through her territory. Poland consolidated her resistance later along shortened lines, but the German motorized divisions were too strong. Russia also came into the fight through a secret pact. The division of Poland was decided upon by Russia and Germany. Hitler had the precious contract, that is, the contract with Russia in his hands before he even attacked Poland. What man of honor could be content with Hitler's promises of today, since all his previous pledges he has torn up one by one? In 1934, Hitler said that Germany would respect the Locarno Pact, but in 1936 he occupied the Rhineland. Later he told the world that Germany would never annex Austria. Then he did annex Austria. On the 26th of September, he said that Sudeten were the last problem to be resolved by Germany. But on the 29th of September, at Munich, he promised us, and me personally, that he would not annex the Czechoslovaks because he wanted only, he said, the purity of the German race. But on March 13th, Prague was occupied. Bohemia was reduced to servitude. Later, Hitler said that Germany considered Poland's frontiers were permanent and irrevocable. Now, after plowing up Poland, he says that he wants nothing more. His promises, he has promised not to touch France, but we know too well that he will do the same thing to us if he can. His ambition is to isolate France from all her friends. Germany is developing her propaganda everywhere. He wants to separate our provinces one from the other. But all of France has arisen like one man. There is no traitor among us. We want liberty or death. After so many lies, German propaganda has only now the further hope of separating her enemies and dominating the world. She wants to separate France from England and disunite France among herself. But to all this we reply, no. It is not our war, but Hitler's war. We are fighting for ourselves and for Great Britain. German propaganda is making a great mistake in not changing its tactics. The British fleet, Mr. Daladier said, and her planes are fighting gallantly, and her soldiers are joining ours for liberty and human dignity. Our two immense empires, that is the French and British empires, are united. We will not be Hitler's dupes. The German radio, he said, has been using all sorts of tactics, notably that of having women speak, trying to imitate French mothers in order to plead with their sons not to fight. But our soldiers, said Mr. Daladier, cannot be caught in such a trap. Your dignity, he said, in speaking to the French soldiers, will be aroused. Germany cannot receive your love for France. The love of France has concentrated our ardor all along the line, he said. We are threatened and we are fighting not to be slaves. We will take every measure of discipline within our country, said Mr. Daladier, in order to fight the good fight. We are calm and resolute and are not haunted by the fear of a long war. We want the final victory, and then we want to found a peace on a sound basis. The test will be hard, he warned the French soldiers. The sacrifices will be grievous. But France has always conquered every peril, he said, and with her moral strength has won every victory. The French army has courage, triumph, and faith, said Mr. Daladier. We will finish this time once and for all with Germany's efforts of domination. We are fighting now for justice and humanity, and we will have victory. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was our translator in New York giving you a free resume of the message Primo Daladier delivered to the people of France. The message was begun by President Roosevelt when Washington was addressing both houses of Congress. Now the latest news from Bucharest, Romania, where Premier Calinescu was shot and killed today. It is officially announced in Bucharest that members of the outlawed pro-Nazi Iron Guard killed the Romanian premier. The announcement called the attack coward. It said the assassins were arrested. And it said further that a new premier will be sworn in right away in advance of the meeting of the town council with King County. Romanian officials said that order prevailed throughout the country. The German news agency, meanwhile, says that the Nazis didn't do the deed. Reports received in Bucharest said that Romanian police at Ternopil, which is near the Polish frontier, had raided the German house there, and it was reported to found material outlining the attitude which German residents were to take in the event German troops were to arrive at the Polish-Romanian frontier, a border now manned on the Polish side, not by Germans, but by the troops of the Red Army of Soviet Russia, following the Russian occupation of eastern Poland. Bulletins, terror, Germans today subjected French positions on the Western Front to the heaviest shelling of the war. Here are just a few more dispatches. Berlin, the Romanian legation says an army leader, General Ernst Balit, has been named to replace Premier Kolonescu. This indicates a stronger militant government in this pivotal Balkan kingdom. Romanian officials say they will enforce a rigid policy of neutrality. Paris. Europe's western battlefront is quiet today, but it may be only the lull before the storm. Troops are on the march in both France and Germany, moving up the bulwark's front line. France has now completed general mobilization with 6 million men under arms, and British troop movements in France continue at a feverish pace.
Once again, we're speaking from the House of Representatives in the nation's capital. And we returned to New York some minutes ago. Shortly thereafter, the joint session of the Congress was adjourned, but the House of Representatives stayed convened. Just a minute or two ago, the House of Representatives concluded the business of the day and convened, or rather adjourned to convene again on Monday. Albert Warner, Columbia's Washington News analyst, is still here in the small library just off the House of Representatives floor and has several more distinguished members of Congress meeting interview. Albert Warner.
Representative William B. Bankhead of Alabama, Speaker of the House of Representatives, is here with me now. Speaker Bankhead presided with Vice President John Garner at the joint session which has just concluded. Speaker Bankhead, I wonder if you'll tell us about the session today.
Well, I do not know, sir, that I'm in a position now to give a direct answer to your query as to something about what's going to take place in the session of Congress ahead of us. As you all know, we have just convened today, and the Democratic and Republican leaders have had an opportunity yet to fashion or formulate any definite program of action. But I think that I'm justified in assuming that for quite a while at least, the Senate of the United States will be the center of attention as far as legislation is concerned, because, as you know, during the last session of the House, we passed through this body the Doom Bill in modified form. And it's my information that the Senate committee will meet either tomorrow or Saturday to take up consideration of some form of that bill. I do not know how long it will be in committee or when it comes out, how long it will be debated. That's the matter that's entirely to be determined future debate. We, of course, have just listened to the address of the President of the United States. I'm very happy to say to you that he was received in the House of Representatives by great cordiality and tolerance and respect by both sides of the House, with the Democratic and Republican membership. And I was tremendously impressed with the apparent spirit pervading all members here, that for the time at least, partisan politics should be adjourned, but all of us, representing all political groups, should be unified in purpose and in spirit, to do all that we can prudently by tolerance and moderation and sound judgment to preserve the peace of the United States and to prevent our being drawn into any war. We're going to be spoken to now by one of my dear friends on the Republican side, Congressman Zipper of Pennsylvania, who I am sure will enlarge somewhat upon the spirit of friendship and harmony as far as national unity is concerned, which I have just undertaken to express.
Indeed, Speaker Bankhead. As the Speaker has said, Representative Bitter of Pennsylvania, chairman of the Republican Congressional Campaign Committee, and one of the minority leaders of the House, is with us now. Bitter? We are at a fateful hour in the history of the American people. Every member of Congress is conscious of that fact. Our deliberations in this session of the Congress may determine whether we follow positively and aggressively the constructive pursuits of peace, or allow ourselves to be drawn into the consuming inferno of war. Before such a challenge, affecting the destiny of 130 million people, all sort of partisanship gives way to the deepest impulses of patriotism. The heart of America cries aloud for peace in calm peace.
and deeper medicine will enable us to see clearly through the bellowing fog of alien propaganda with a clear path of national peace. Greatest service is ours that America can render to the world is to keep aglow the beacon light of liberal, constitutional government. That light is the hope, and the only hope, I might say, of the world today. At this time, we should support wholeheartedly the President's plea for a unity of purpose. And I feel that unity of purpose can best be expressed in his own words when he said, and I quote, "Despite what happens in continents overseas, the United States of America shall and must remain. As long ago the father of our country prayed that it might remain, untangled and free. It's in this spirit that the House of Representatives, Republican and Democrat, convened today to try to solve the great and perplexing problem."
We just heard from Speaker Bankhead of the House of Representatives, Representative Dissipate, Chairman of the Republican Congressional Campaign Committee. Now, I'm going to turn this back to Mr. Doze.
While Mr. Warner is attempting to contact Mr. Bloom, the representative from New York, it might be interesting to review once again the history of the special session of Congress. This session today was the 26th Congress that has had a special session since its organization 150 years ago. John Adams was the first president to call a special session. He summoned the 5th Congress to meet May 15, 1797, to consider suspension of diplomatic relations with France. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison each found it necessary to call 2 extraordinary meetings because of the split between the United States and Great Britain, Great Britain, which led eventually to the War of 1812. Again, Abraham Lincoln called a special session of the 37th Congress on July 4th of 1861, just prior to the war between the states. The greatest number of special sessions have been summoned by Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt. That means 2 each. Mr. Wilson, of course, called his special sessions just prior to and during the World War. Mr. Roosevelt's first extraordinary session of Congress was in March of 1933 to pass emergency media laws. The second was in October of 1937 to enact social labor and farm legislation, and today's special session was called, as you know, about the neutrality law. Now here is Mr. Warner back again as another distinguished member of Congress. Mr. Warner.
We have with us a woman congressman, Representative Norton, Mrs. Norton of New Jersey, Chairman of the House Labor Committee. I wonder if you'd tell us a little about what you think will be in store in the session ahead.
Well, I believe that the Congress will abide by the suggestion of the President and shall not consider any legislation other than the legislation concerning the embargo. At least that is my hope. I believe that the Congress is very much impressed by the message delivered by the President, and I think the great majority of us are entirely in favor of all that we have said.
I wonder if you look forward to a long session, to a bitter fight over the arms involved.
No, I do not. From my conversation with a great many members today, I believe the session will not be long. I believe we may be out of here. Not later than 2 weeks from now. I hope I'm a prophet.
As I understand it, the House will be going into 3-day recesses until the Senate acts.
Yes, of course, the House already has acted upon this legislation, and until the Senate acts upon it, I presume there will be nothing for the House to do but await the will of the Senate. There's no doubt. And the bill comes back to us, we shall have holiday in court.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norton.
You're very welcome, and thank you very much.
And thus, the Columbia Broadcasting System concludes its broadcast relevant to the address of the President of the United States before a joint session of Congress on the neutrality laws of the country. You have heard the address by President Roosevelt, and prior to his address and following it, Mr. Warner, Columbia's Washington news analyst, interviewed several prominent congressmen. This is John Charles Daly speaking from the House of Representatives in the capital of the United States in Washington, D.C. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
3:10 p.m. BULOVA Boulevard Watch Time. Here's a distinguished timepiece, the 21-jewel Boulevard President in the charm and color of natural gold. Curved, green lines, and exceptional value. The broadcast of the baseball game between the Washington Senators and the Cleveland Indians will begin this afternoon at 4 p.m. WJSC, Washington. The career of Alice Blair, the transcribed true life story of a lovely girl fighting for fame and happiness, facing the problems, the heartaches and thrills on the ladder to success. At this time every day, Monday through Friday, join Alice Blair in her fascinating career.
With the great words that he said, the world is too sweet. Late and soon, getting and playing, we lay those times. I played in many ways in life, especially where we women. Our daily girl of activities, evening girls late, or busy mornings cleaning house, everything conspires to play havoc with our complexion. Goodness knows a woman's complexion is part and parcel of her natural charm. That's why it's so important to guard the skin by proper cleansing. I mean with a pure cold cream. Ragged and Ramsay perfect cold cream. Because Ragged and Ramsay perfect cold cream removes dirt, dust, and makeup without robbing your skin of a natural oil. For your own fresh attractiveness, use it before you go to bed and then again in the morning. Just at their drugstore or beauty shop with a big, generous, 45-cent glass of Ragged and Ramsay perfect cold cream.
Alice has had an exciting and eventful afternoon at Mercury Studios. William Waldron, the top director, is to direct Alice in her screen test, and the young actor Barry Clayton, at his own request, is to play with her in the scene. Both Waldron and Clayton were deeply impressed by the script Alice brought to use in the test, and Waldron was more than enthusiastic over Alice's reading of the scene. Of course, he carefully evaded all their questions as to who had written it. For Alice promised Carl B. Bright he would, under no condition, mention that he was the writer. The feud between Carl and Hollywood was notorious. So met the apartment. Uncle Andy, waiting for Alice, was attached at the door. A task that becomes more familiar as the days in Hollywood go on.
I need to get myself through Jeffrey C. Riley.
Is that lady from next door again?
Hello there, man.
Hello, Andy. The kettle's on. Come on in and have a cup of nice hot tea. Hot tea? Of course. Why, there's nothing so refreshing. Come on.
Sounds mighty attractive, but I'm expecting Alice in a minute now. I just don't think I'd better leave.
You could leave the door to my apartment open. Henry Carroll wants to come back soon.
I think maybe I just better stay here.
Well, everything's all set out, so if you change your mind...
The whole set out, did you say? Come on. I'll come in just first, darling. You good door?
That's fine.
You shouldn't put yourself out this way.
Maybe I like doing it. Now I'll tear the piece.
There's nothing more gracious than a woman presiding over people.
But a tea table can be kept with gleaming silver to make the picture complete.
I haven't much to do, Sully. To me, these pictures already is quite complete.
How nice of you.
And there's plenty of time for all that being service when you get home to your own.
Oh, thanks.
Good. You can take a drink.
Oh, no, of course not. It's only with the idea of a home with fruit pie. You see, Andy, I've battled alone. Well, You take 2 lumps of sugar and no lemon.
Powdered green lemon.
How should I think it?
You know, it seems to me, even if a woman does follow a career as a life work, and chooses to battle through alone, as you say, there's still no reason why she can't have her own home, even have each other.
Oh, of course, because career is a highly successful one. You know, I've wondered sometimes if I've chosen the right... Andy, I had a chance to go on vacation for 2 weeks. I'm not going because of you.
Oh, now, you can't have that.
Can I? Well, I just couldn't bear to go away for 2 weeks. You don't know what it meant having you. And I was so sad. But for the first time, this little apartment has seemed like a real home to me. I never knew what I was missing before. Sun afternoons, the tea running in and out after your diet.
Well, you know, this will have to stop my efforts to interfere with your will.
But it was perfect, huh? But come on, let's not even think of it. I did it because I wanted to.
I don't like that one bit.
Now, not another word about it, do you hear? We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to be very, very giddy over the weekend. Oh, I have such wonderful plans. Andy, have you ever been swimming? Would you like to go with me?
To go to Venice?
Oh, you see, I don't mean to Venice, Italy. I mean Venice, California. You know, down by the beach, like California.
That's of course, a different
Andy, yes, he's wonderful. Will you go with me? You'll have a rollicking time.
Yeah, it sounds a bit giddy for a man.
Oh, man, it's good. When you get on a roller coaster, you'll forget that such a thing is a...
You on a roller coaster?
Oh, that's just the way you talked about dancing the other night. And you turned out to be the best
Yeah, well, that's a bit different from a roller coaster.
Oh, you old fly-boy New Yorker. Realize that Venice isn't really big enough for reality.
You're a partner.
It would be such a lot,
You say, I don't know. I just don't taste the way things.
Oh, you never know how much you like a thing till you try. Don't spoil it, because I came on very, very...
No, I don't know. I may consider it after all.
If I cook very, very...
And you say you would hang on very, very fast?
Hello, come on in.
You left the door open, so I hear you.
You mean so I'd hear you? Open up and sit on the front porch. That's a good thing. Don't you dare tell.
No, not really.
Have some tea out. No problem.
Oh, come on. Tell us all about that.
Let me call it. Thanks, I really don't care for you.
That's the motion control. So just get off the left. It's you, and you come right down to it. There's nothing more effective. It cools off much quicker than cold. Am I right now?
You absolutely are. Come on, Alice, go. No, thanks, Ray. I'll help you start running lines anyway. Have to be at the studio to pass it down. Oh, want to help me with the lines, Uncle? Oh, wait till he has another cup of tea. Then I'll send him in.
No, I think I got all of good news. It's been a very stimulating afternoon, right? Especially the first.
The first time? Oh, you just wait. I'll show you what real stimulation is. It's a promise. What are you two talking about anyway? What's the big deal to it? Don't you dare.
You wouldn't understand.
Look, the picture cover might make you growing tired.
Well, I'm glad to see you now.
We'll do it again whenever you say it again. Being with that woman never pleased me more.
yourself out to be a good food. You know, it's sad and pathetic. Having a place that made a place to home life. And we even got a bit upset there. Went down to Paul's on vacation for 2 weeks. Just so she could be around here and enjoy our company.
You know that kid is a trick in the spot, doesn't he? What are we supposed to do? Stay around and entertain it?
Oh, come on, you make it up to us.
Julia, what is the big secret? Oh, I should like Paul or Mark or something.
Oh, no, we didn't like him at the time.
I heard you laughing when I came up the stairs. What was it anyway?
It wasn't anything.
Well, if it wasn't anything at all, why didn't you tell me what it was?
You're good. I know. There's a little joke of mine.
Well, why aren't you mysterious about it?
You want to do anything?
You said yourself, should we let her in on the secret?
No, see, just because you're my favorite TV, there's no reason for you to check up on every little thing I'm thinking. A little joke.
We've always done everything together, especially since we've been out here.
Well, all the things you do that I don't technically, as much as I can say all of it. Okay, you just find your own everything ready, and let your uncle have his private life.
I'm sorry. I had no intention of interfering with your private life.
You get happy.
Well, I'm not happy.
You'll find out when you find what it is we're talking about.
When will I find out?
When it's over and done with. Before. That innocent little remark was destined to lead to an awful lot of trouble. Was Alice right in her suspicions of Myra? Is Myra out for Uncle Andy? If there's one place on earth where a man looks like a bull in a china shop, that's a beauty parlor. But I was in just such a spot the other afternoon. You see, I had a date with Leslie Street, and because she's going to be late, she told me to meet her there. However, I did learn something. Women pay far more attention to their complexions than we men ever realize. When I spoke to my date about the matter, she said, no woman can afford to neglect her skin. If a man typically dressed for a outfit, I asked her what she was on her complexion. She replied, if you must know, I always cleanse with Daggett and Ramsdale's perfect full skin. Sketches and outfits are absolutely irresistible with the customer. I guess there must be something to this idea of cleansing your face with Daggett and Ramsdale's whole cream every day. Why not try that 25-cent stuff? Remember the name, Daggett and Ramsdale. The name you can trust. Is Uncle Andy interested in Mara? Or is he, man-like, flattered by her attention? Alice draws her own conclusion when she comes home unexpectedly. Tomorrow's exciting, transcribed career of Alice Blair. Faced with no more swimming for a car, no driving your car with the top down, no sitting out in the cool breezes to avoid the heat. These are the sad consequences of having a summer head cold. The summer variety of cold usually hits you in a very uncomfortable spot, the nose. Nothing is as mean or persistent as a stuffed up nose. You can't stop a cold from running its course, but you don't have to put up with all the discomfort. You can do something about it. Just apply Mistral Drops. They're great for relieving the discomfort of a summer head cold. Mistral Drops coat the nasal passages with a gentle, soothing oil. Swelling is temporarily relieved. You can breathe easier. Get a bottle of Mistral Drops today. And ask your doctor about Mistral Drops with ephedrine. Remember, Mistral Drops with ephedrine are green. Mistral Drops without ephedrine are red. But don't accept substitutes. Be sure you get genuine, soothing Mistral drops. Available at all good drugstores.
This is Columbia Station for the nation's capital. Because of the importance of President Roosevelt's address to Congress, the transcription of the talk will be broadcast over WJSC at 10:45 this evening. WJSC, Washington. Good afternoon. This is your Hour News reporter with last-minute hit-the-spot news brought to you 4 times daily through the courtesy of Arrow Beer and Ale. Arrow Beer has that famous flavor that made it a big favorite in Washington and that today makes Arrow the fastest-growing beer in the city. You'll like Arrow's fine taste. It's smooth, not sweet. You'll find it better, not bitter. Every bottle always hits the spot. President Roosevelt has just called on Congress to repeal the embargo provisions of the American Neutrality Law. The President asked the legislators to substitute for the embargo a cash-and-carry system of trade with the warring nations. Mr. Roosevelt urged Congress, which was convened in extraordinary joint session, to work with one single hard-headed thought, namely, keeping America out of this war. President Roosevelt's address, together with other activities at the special session of the United States Congress, was covered fully by the Columbia Broadcasting System and station WJSC, ending just a short time ago. It will therefore not be necessary at this time to repeat details already broadcast. Meanwhile, the White House has disclosed that President Roosevelt plans to leave Washington Friday for a weekend at Hyde Park to observe the 85th anniversary of his mother's birth. Mrs. Sarah Delano Roosevelt celebrated her 85th birthday today. 6 youthful assassins shot and killed Premier Amon Calanescu of Romania this afternoon. The premier was a vigorous foe of the pro-Nazi Iron Guard organization. The assassination occurred while the premier was driving by automobile to the royal palace. The premier was 46 years old. He also held at the time several other cabinet portfolios, including the Ministry of War. During his regime, the government had suppressed the Nazi-minded Iron Guard organization, charging it with terrorism in Romania. 2 of the assassins of Premier Calanescu committed suicide by shooting the knife and surrounded in a midtown store, guards cutting off their escape. The Romanian legation in Berlin reports that an army marshal, General Ernest Bolis, has been appointed as Romania's new premier. This indicates a strong militant government in the little Balkan kingdom, which has suddenly become a pivotal state in Europe. According to the legation, the cabinet has issued a statement stressing that order prevailed throughout the nation despite the assassination of Premier Calanescu. More details of the ill-fated diplomatic steps which led to the outbreak of the new European war were made public by the British government today. A white paper was issued saying that Germany acted Great Britain's ultimatum of September 2nd for withdrawal of Nazi troops from Poland, with a threat to answer any aggressive action on the part of England with the same weapons and in the same form. There's a lot of speculation just now over what is happening at sea. The British government will not comment on the report that the Bremen has been captured by British warships, nor is there any statement about battles at sea, nor an explanation of heavy firing heard off the Danish coast. Radio broadcasts from Warsaw today, according to reports from London, say that the Leagued metropolis still is Polish. Colonel Lipinski, the Poles' official broadcaster, reports that the Poles in Warsaw are carrying on their fight against the Germans and have even scored minor victories in a few Warsaw suburbs. However, Lipinski announces that 3 flights of 40 German planes did great damage yesterday. He reports that Polish anti-aircraft fire brought down 7 German craft. But he adds that those which were not shot down destroyed what was left of the Royal Castles, the Art Academy's National Museum, and the Central Institute for Physical Training. Jan Paderewski, now in Paris, says Poland's sacrifice has not been in vain. The world-famous Polish pianist and wartime premier of Poland believes his country's resistance has given the Allies time to make the preparations which will lead them to victory. Meanwhile, Europe's western battlefront is quiet today, but it may be only the lull before the storm. Troops are on the march in both France and Germany, moving up the bulwark's front line. France has now completed general mobilization with 6 million men under arms, and British troop movements in France continue at a feverish pace. Listen in again for the Hour News Reporter, brought to you by the Globe Brewing Company, Baltimore, at 5:30 this afternoon.
Remember, when you order beer, be sure to ask for Arrow, the beer with the famous flavor. Joe King speaking. This is Columbia Station for the nation's capital. WJSC, Washington. Tantalizing tunes of popular Condon are coming your way again, meaning transcribed rhythm and romance. Speaking of romance, here it is in the passionate, lovely Marion Ford singing the Freddie Monroe's music, The Lamp is Low. Prices on imported goods are going up. Furs, for example. Insurance rates for transporting furs from Central Europe have jumped 3,000%. Imagine the effect on fur prices. Rotten to Furrier, however, is bad. Months ago, Mrs. Rotten thought heavily of the choicest imported fur pelts. Now these gorgeous furs are available at Zlotnick at original price level. If you mean to buy a new fur coat, be forewarned by this good advice from Zlotnick Furs. Now is the time to buy your furs. Gorgeous furs, original prices at Zlotnick's individual terms may be arranged. Zlotnick Furs at the sign of the Big White Bear, 12th and G Street. Rhythm, yeah, man. 1-5. What will you do when the laundry comes back? Absolutely nothing when you use Manhattan's famous Manhattan press. Everything is beautifully hand-finished, even including men's shirts ready to use. Expensive? Oh, not at all. For Manhattan has reduced the price of the deluxe, completely hand-finished Manhattan service to only $1.59 for 9 pounds. Formerly it cost, $1.79. Your things are separated by coloring type and washed by Manhattan's net bag method. All flat work designed and mended. Napkins, tablecloths, dress towels are sized to give proper body. Wearing apparel is starched if desired. Mended, buttons sewed on, carefully finished by hand. Bath towels are fluff dried too, and socks neatly darned. Telephone DuPont 1111 for a Manhattan roofing. Remember that number, DuPont 1111. Bob Halsey plays now, Dixie's singing Heart Romance in One Night of Love. Different, delicious, delightful. 3D, different, delicious, delightful. And another D, don't. Don't miss it. MGM's riotous revelation of the secrets of the fair sex, the women. Norma Shearer, Joan Crawford, and Rosalind Russell had 135 women in the movie that's all about men. See the girls as they really are. Peek behind the boudoir shades with Claire Booth, who wrote the shocking comedy that had New York casting for a solid season. Debutantes and gougers, Karens and stenographers, they're all in it. And they've all got their hair down. Your taste so are secret delight, but don't miss the women.
It's the soft comedy thrill of the season, and it's coming to Lowell's Palace tomorrow for the special midnight show tonight. Plan now to attend tonight's midnight show of the women. The women will speak to men. It's Dick Halsey's orchestra, it's classical, and extreme. And by today, the broadcast of the baseball game between the Washington Senators and the Cleveland Indians will begin in just about 18 minutes from now at 4 p.m. Transcribed Rhythm and Romance will be back Saturday at this same time. So sing along then, if you will. And tomorrow we'll present Dick and Encore. Welcome speaking. This is Columbia Station for the nation's capital. Because of the importance of President Roosevelt's address to Congress, the transcription of his talks will be broadcast over WJSC at 10:45 this evening. WJSC, Washington. The following broadcast is electrically transcribed. Connecticut Bay. Connecticut Games is brought to you by the Wrigley Company and the merchants who display and sell Wrigley Spearmint Green Gun. To have a smile that people admire, you must have frank goodness and peace. And that's one reason you ought to see delicious Wrigley Spearmint Gum regularly every day. You see, according to modern dentists, the safe, gentle friction of the gum upon your teeth helps to cleanse the surface of your teeth and so it helps to keep them bright and pretty. Then through the chewing of fresh-flavored Wrigley Spearmint gives your gums a natural exercise that helps to stimulate circulation and tends to strengthen the gums. That's good for your teeth too, so aid your teeth and your smile with simple, enjoyable ways. Do helpful, satisfying Wrigley Spearmint Gum regularly. Get several packages today.
good then. But the great comment since it began as time the rich paper for the Jasper is revelation. Strategic Band is beginning to feel that he is making progress, despite the opposition of certain trade of the citizens. He has gone over Frank Sanders and publishers of trade of independent, and so is even now in the city and elected to confirm Strategic's belief that Mingo must have a criminal record. Yesterday, the then final ticket hearing, Strategic made an obvious and definitely successful attempt to arouse absolute jealousy in Lagos for John Bob Hathaway, in whom Lagos life Polly has displayed marked interest. Now as we return to Strategic's still only a moment or two after Nagel abruptly departed, Riley has come from the back room where the overseas Strategic baiting Nagel and is speaking his mind concerning his old company.
Well, I calculate the situation is serious, Danny. Well, I'll be looking up that way.
You know what he is saying. You don't know, Major?
Well, maybe I could repeat the conversation. Not word for word.
Well, don't you know that when you start planting suspicions in a man's mind, suggesting his life for making peace out of somebody else, why, if he really on the call, he's going to go gunning until he likes to her.
About halfway?
You was the one that put the finger on that.
I guess maybe she's all right for that.
One thing for you to see about it, having this carbon, all you need is nothing. Another thing, to have a third party and incineration everything's all that it's good.
Got it all plenty paid on the city.
What you said to me, probably will, you can set it for a boat to bed.
Yes, that's good. Water, yeah, I asked him about round that food. I'll get him on the phone before you come in. Danny, didn't it never occur to you that when a man gets his feet and thinks the place his neighbor is, if he has got to ride him out to the Let's begin with half an hour. It's powerful, all right. Jealous. All if I can get it to work behind us for me, it's just be surprised if I can be a sweet to help or spilling the neighbor money right out of the street. Well, very nice.
You mean the doctor on April 26th just so the glass can let you go out of the house?
Well, a few things about that here.
I think you're supposed to leave your reasons.
Hey, come on in, Bob.
Hey, Strategic, I got my commission check on that Nagel order.
You did?
$511. Here, you want to see it?
Yeah. That George, that's fine, Bob. Hey, does that mean you're all finished up after the Nagel thing?
Why is that?
Well, just a minute, Danny. Let's try to answer my question.
And then you just think that I wasn't here either.
Well, now, that's a good idea you brought up, Lanny. But,
Why? You want us to do something on our own?
yes, just like you suggested.
Well, you have plenty of time to talk to him, so I don't know. What time?
Good time. Did you really just go about it? Danny has to come in here and yeah, we'll be back in tomorrow. And let's make things about it. But,
So what did he get mad about this?
well, Danny,
But he made some remark about, what did he mean I better be finished up out of Nagel?
Something to that myself, huh? That's why I didn't urge trying to stay just jumping the gun on you. Question is, now that you've got your order all in, elected your commission, how are you going to have to be out for the business?
Well, right? Better not for business reasons, but to keep enough resources back. Well, of course. Mr. and Mrs. Nagel's been awful nice to me. Well, if they invite me out there, I don't know how I can get out of it. It'd be embarrassing. Listen, Strategic, are you telling me I can't see the Nagels anymore? Is that why you asked me to come up to the store this afternoon?
No.
Let's be honest. Well, that's different. I thought maybe from the way you spoke you were trying to choose my friend for me.
Oh, no, nothing like that, boy. Fact of the matter is, I was going to suggest that you see your Mrs. Angel often. That is, if you're willing to take the risk.
What risk?
The Angel risk.
I certainly wasn't aware of it.
Oh, I know you wasn't. God would suggest that Angel is a man that's dangerous, but he's right.
Well, I sure wouldn't like to have Mr. Nagel toward me.
Well, he is now.
What makes you think so? I was talking to him last night again.
Yeah, well, I've talked to him.
About me? What'd you say?
You, Bob, all the time you've been out there in California, Angel's been regarding you as just a respected man. Got a house, born and raised in small town. Good looking, but too fresh, really experienced with the world for him to be jealous of.
Jealous? Well, why should Mr. Nagel be jealous of me?
Maybe he shouldn't. Let me go on. Angel was in here a while ago, and when I was talking to him, I tried to give you a good one, huh? He said something about being a kid, and I was pointing. I told him you were all wrong. You, country boy, the man, born in the world. Am I wrong?
No, Mr. Bain. I'm certainly not a high school boy anymore. Since I've been traveling for the Super and Supply Company out of the city, I don't see how anyone could call me Gene.
You need a pair of color, boy. He's better than yeller.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Bain?
I mean, I've set back here to give you a tough job. Before this, maybe just been kind of tolerate you know, big overgrown dog. Lots of shoes like right here, but didn't make much money. Well, you didn't think he was serious right.
But Mr. Bain, I was in
Let me see. Well, I see. I did you up because somebody you contended with. My neighbor left his store. He's all grown up with toys. Toys and a good shoe, huh?
Why did you do that?
If you excuse me from giving you the details right now.
Why, I guess you've got a reason.
Question is, huh?
Yes, I suppose. Then why do you say it?
Well, I'm counting on you to do something for me. It depends on whether you get married.
Yeah. What are you asking me to do?
Would you be willing to go to the meeting, ask you to have dinner with your guest at the hotel, or maybe put you in a movie later?
Oh, well, sure, I'll do that, Saturday. I've been thinking I ought to do something to repay them.
Well, Ed Buck ought to be here in a minute. I told him to come here to live with us. Well, yeah.
Oh, he won't need to do that. The neighbors are in town. Their car was parked over in front of the post office and came up the street.
Good stuff like that. Let me come here. I'll tell him you. By the way, when you're talking today, just to get you,
Oh, sure. It's something I was going to do anyway.
Here I am, Hard outside.
I'm sorry, Ed, ain't gonna need you guys.
Sure. Why not?
Because you wanted me to drop out the neighbors. They're in town now.
Sure they're in town. I've seen their car in front of the barber shop and I drove up. Mrs. Nagel's sitting out there waiting for Iron Baker to get done shaving Joe.
Oh, good. I guess I better go out and ask them right now before they start home.
Remember what I told you, son? Don't overstep your mind.
I'll take care of it, Saturday.
Hey, wait a minute, Howard. Look, this was if you were coming after me this night.
I guess you're taking the invitation up. I was going to return you. I wanted to return the favor.
Hey, Polly.
I certainly wasn't glad to find you sitting out here in your car. Hey, you're a trip out to yourself.
Look out to our place so disagreeable as all that.
Well, no, I didn't mean it quite that way.
No, to finish with that old order, I suppose you won't even take a fellow to see what it means.
Oh, howdy, Mr. Nagel.
Well, Mr. Nagel, I was wondering if you and Mrs. Nagel, you've been so nice to entertain me. I just thought maybe you and Mrs. Nagel would be willing to be my guests for dinner sometime. Take us to the hotel. And then maybe we could take you to the movie later.
Oh, yeah, that would be just wonderful.
Well, you're in a semi GS. You know that my business will let me get away any night.
Well, sit down. Good night, dear.
Well, yes, of course, if you... I mean, I'd be glad to take Mrs. Nagel there.
Say your words for what? Listen to me, you overgrown bitch. If I trust you so much as speaking in this neighborhood again, I'm gonna make your boyfriend, see? But listen, hold on, I'm gonna explain.
I can't think of anything more enough to tell you.
Yeah, so what?
So this is one time you went too far, and I'll get even with you. And I can too, and you know how I can.
There's got to get bones something. That's important to do. People always get along much better when they're square foul and not having sex. Did you ever notice how much easier it is to get along with folks instead of worrying and stressing about how to get even with them? Now, Daddy just fancy me as a copy of the good guy. Think more than an orange could eat and die. Okay. Thinking about being happy, the young purifier that would have keep the youngster here. Has to give him the fresh taste and richness experiment done to see every day. Little folks, good, sweet gold with a lively, cooling flavor of real tender spearmint meat. The flavor for this richly spearmint flavor. You know, chewing is one of the favorite pastimes of most cities. And folks like this that guaranteed need a lot of vigorous exercise. Say, and if you're a youngster, you want to be sure he's protected. You want to know that when he gets that urgent to chew, you're something clean and pure and wholesome to chew on. Well, wise to always have a supply of healthy, richly spearmint in the house. I suggest this every store today. You get several packages of delicious, richly spearmint chewing gum off that big bottle of stuff. Let your youngsters do it every day. You enjoy it too. Well, I'll just be with you. See you tomorrow. Bye. If you enjoyed today's episode of Gotta Get Bones, tell your storekeeper so. He makes this program possible with his large display of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. And listen in again tomorrow at the same time for Gotta Get Bones, presented for your enjoyment Monday through Friday of each week. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The preceding broadcast was electrically transcribed. This is Columbia Station for the nation's capital. Because of the importance of President Roosevelt's recent address to Congress, the transcription of the talk will be broadcast over WJFD at 10:45 this evening.